Chapter 1093. So, what exactly is an Archean legacy? Naya asked. She didn't understand what Sei Ito and Lindy were talking about. Ah, it's the legacy of a lost world, Lindy replied. Then, she remembered that Naya wasn't from the Space Administration or the Dimensional World. She wasn't even a resident of a non-magical world, so she quickly explained it from the beginning. But you won't understand even if I explain it this way. In the dimensional space, there are several worlds. Each world is born and developed on its own. Occasionally, there will be worlds that evolve too quickly. Because their technology and science are too advanced, they will destroy their own world. The dangerous technology left behind from these vanished worlds is what we call the Archean legacy. Although the method of usage is unknown, depending on the method of usage, not only will the power it contains destroy the world, it might even destroy the entire dimensional space. It's an extremely dangerous technology, Cronus explained from the side. The correct procedures must be followed, and they must be stored in a safe place, Lindy said with a serious expression. Lindy said with a serious face, the jewel seeds you're currently collecting are dimensional interference-type energy crystals. As long as you collect a certain amount and activate them in a specific way, it will cause a dimensional earthquake in the space. In the most serious case, it can even cause a dimensional fault. It's a very dangerous thing. In the end, intentionally or unintentionally, Lindy's eyes fell on Ito Sei, who had been listening to her statement with a calm face. Before that, the tremors and eruptions caused by your conflict with a black-clothed archmage were dimensional quakes. In order to let Naya know what a dimensional quake was, Cronus explained it to her using an actual case as an example. Naya was shocked when she heard this. At the same time, she couldn't help but think of the girl she had fought twice, Fet. It seems that the Space Administration has mastered some kind of tracing magic. Otherwise, how could the Space Administration know about Fetter's existence based on the dimensional earthquake caused by that time? Ito Seiji secretly speculated. Seito was right. As a dimensional patrol ship, Asla was also responsible for the transportation of ground troops, as well as the prevention of dimensional crimes. It was equipped with many magical technology devices to complete these tasks. One of them was a special device that could restore the scene based on the residual magical wave at the location of the magical explosion. Just one jewel seed can cause such a huge impact with only a 10,000th of its power. If multiple jewel seeds were to be activated at the same time, the impact would be immeasurable. Cronus knew that Naya had a rough idea of the severity of the situation, so he continued speaking slowly. So from now on, the Space Administration will be responsible for the recovery of the jewel seeds. Lindy used a small clip to pick up a piece of candy and put it in a match's cup. She took a sip of the tea as she announced, "You don't have any objections, do you?" Then he turned to look at Ito Sei, as if asking for his opinion. "I do." Sei Ito put down the teacup in his hand and said calmly. Cronus frowned when he heard Sei Ito's reply. "Is there a problem?" Lindy asked with a smile. "I like to finish what I have started, and I don't like to give up halfway. Don't you think it's a little overbearing to announce such a unilateral decision? Is this the normal working style of the Space Administration?" Ito Sei raised his eyelids, looked at Lindy's eyes, and said softly, "Primordial relics are highly dangerous items. It is our duty to retrieve them and keep them properly. Moreover, this matter is related to dimensional interference. It is already a dimensional crime. Ordinary civilians have no right to interfere and listen to our advice. It is better to forget this matter and return to your own world to live a stable life." Cronus was probably unhappy with Sei Ito's tone. Even though he had the calm demeanor of an adult, he still spoke with the vigor of a young man. "Protecting the jewel seeds is my job. I don't care what reason the Space Administration has. I will not let this matter go. This includes the jewel seeds that we have collected." Sei Ito stared into Cronus's eyes and said coldly, "You." Cronus propped himself up with one leg and looked like he was half kneeling on the ground as he glared at Sei Ito. Chung-kun, Naya, who felt that the atmosphere was not right, looked at Sei Ito fearfully and called out softly, "Cronus." Lindy's authoritative voice was heard. Yes, Captain. Cronus took a deep breath and knelt down again. I'm sorry, I was too hasty. How about this? I'll send you back first. You can consider my suggestion at night, and we could discuss it again tomorrow. Lindy, who had restrained Cronus, turned to Seito and said apologetically, All right. Seito did not intend to do anything to the Space Administration. He only wanted to use a strong attitude to protect the jewel seeds. He did not continue to force the issue and nodded in agreement. Cronus, send the two of them back. Lindy ordered Cronus, who was beside her. Yes, Captain. Kronos stood up and led Ito Sei, who also stood up from the ground, and Naya, who bowed politely to Lindy, out of the room. They walked along the path they came from and headed towards the teleportation platform. A few minutes later, the three of them returned to the teleportation platform. In a bright white light, they left the dimensional ship Asla and returned to Sea Cry Park in Sea Cry City. Let's go back, say Ito, who had transformed back into a ferret, said as he jumped onto Naya's shoulder. Naya replied and walked slowly back to her house with the ferret. Captain. After sending Ito, Sei, and Naya off, Chrono returned to the room and called out to Lindy, who was still kneeling and sipping on the strange-tasting matcha. Have you sent them back? Lindy smiled at Cronus and asked gently. I've sent them back. Cronus nodded and replied. He frowned and continued. Captain, I feel that Seito is not a simple man. He doesn't seem like a typical dimensional adventurer. Lindy nodded in agreement. I don't know what his motive is. I have a feeling that he doesn't like to give up halfway, Cronus said in a low voice. Motive? Lindy picked up the tea in her hand and took a sip as she muttered to herself. On the other side, after more than 10 minutes of walking, Ito, Sei, and Naiha returned to the Takamachi residence. After having dinner with Takamachi Momoko, Takamachi Kyoya, and Miyuki Takamachi, Naiha took Ito, Sei back to the bedroom. Kyoto-kun, can we reject the people from the Space Administration like that? Based on your introduction, they seem to be very powerful, Naya said to Ito, Sei in Japanese after she returned to her bedroom. So, Naya, do you want to agree to their proposal and let all our efforts go to waste? Seito did not answer Naya's question directly. Instead, he asked a question of his own. No. After 2 to 3 seconds of silence, Naya's expression and tone were firm. Then do as you wish. I'm still able to handle the combat power of just one-dimensional ship. There's no need to worry. Besides, our world is not a place where the people from the Space Administration can do whatever they want, Ito said with a smile. Naya could understand the first half of the sentence, but she did not understand the second half. Our world is officially known as Outside Management World 97 in the database of the Space Administration. According to the literal meaning, our world is outside the scope of the administration's official management. Furthermore, it is located in a relatively remote area. There are 3 criteria for the Space Administration to manage a world. The first is whether the world has developed a magical civilization and whether the magical civilization is widely recognized. The second is whether the world has enough value for the administration to develop. And the third is whether the world has developed dimensional travel technology. Ito patiently explained as he knew that Naya knew nothing about the Space Administration and its system. But no matter what the criteria is, there's a hidden requirement behind it, and that is whether the world can be managed by the administration. To put it more bluntly, can the administration's combat power defeat the natives of this world? Although the world where Earth is located does not meet any of the 3 criteria and is considered an outside world, a long time ago, before the establishment of the Space Administration, it was invaded by a dynasty that attempted to rule the entire dimensional world. What was the result? Naya asked curiously. The enemy's first landing team was completely annihilated, and the reason for their disappearance is unknown, Ito replied calmly. Whoa! Naya let out a low cry that was hard to decipher, but it sounded powerful. If that's the case, then we'll do as Seikoen said. Then Naya nodded. Very well. I'll inform the Space Administration of our decision now. Seito said as he stood in front of the red spherical crystal, the heart of the rising sun, that was placed on a small handkerchief by Naya. He used it as a relay to connect with Asla, who was far away in the dimensional world. Have you made up your mind? Lindy asked gently. Yes, our decision is to maintain the current situation and continue to retrieve the jewel seed as individuals. We hope that the Space Administration can understand and not cause us any unnecessary trouble, Seito replied. Is that so? Lindy muttered. All right, I agree to your request, Lindy decided after a moment. Ma, Captain. When Chrono heard that this decision was clearly against the rules of the Space Administration, he was so anxious that he forgot to maintain his previous behavior and almost called out Lindy's other name. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and quickly stopped what he was about to say and called out Lindy's original name, hoping that Lindy would change her decision after seeing his eagerness to object. Lindy smiled at Chrono and said to Seito, who was in the image of a ferret on the screen, but on the other hand, if we discover any dangerous behavior during the retrieval process, we have the right to intervene at any time and forcibly take over the retrieval process. You don't have any objections, do you? I'll add a condition. You can only intervene when the danger level is high enough to cause a dimensional quake. Seito, who didn't object to Lindy's suggestion, added a restriction just in case. Okay, Lindy agreed. Thank you for your understanding. Good night. I wish you all sweet dreams. Seeing that things were settled, Ito Mori said politely. Good night, Lindy replied politely. Then Seito made a dimensional communicator and said to Naya, Okay, it's done. As long as it doesn't cause a dimensional quake like last time, we can collect as we wish. Phew, that's great, Naya said with relief. But there's one thing, Naya. Seito changed his tone and said again. Naya looked at Seito, who was in the image of a ferret, and waited for him to continue. As far as I can tell, most of the jewel seeds in Hyaming City have been collected. If we want to find more jewel seeds, we need to go outside the city. Are you ready? Ito asked softly. Natsuya Takachi fell silent. Seito didn't rush her. He just stood there quietly and waited for Naya to make up her mind. After a minute or so, Naya Takamori stood up and said, Okay, I'll go talk to my mother. Okay, Seito replied softly. Takao and Naya stood still and took a deep breath to calm herself down. Then she walked to the bedroom door, turned the doorknob, and walked downstairs. She found her mother, Momoko Takao, and called her to the side. Momoko Takao was watching TV in boredom, and she began to talk to her mother about what happened. Momoko Takamori saw the determination in Naya's eyes. As a mother, although she was worried, she still agreed to Naya's request to leave home for a while. Then, she hugged Naya with worry in her eyes. Thank you, Mother, Naya, who was lying in Momoko Takamori's arms, said gratefully. Of course, because Naya wasn't an assistant of the Space Administration like in the original work, she didn't have to stay with Seito in Azra. Therefore, she didn't need to leave home overnight. So, after the discussion, she went back to her bedroom to rest. She was going to leave home with Seito the next morning and embark on a journey to find other jewel seeds. At the same time, after a day and a night of travel, the Time Garden finally arrived at the outer wall of the dimensional world where Mid-Zelda City was located. RS. Chapter 1094. Fayette. Prisha Testroza called out to the blonde girl, Fayette, in a very hypocritical and gentle tone. Mom, Fayette whispered back. Go to Midzel City and prepare a room for Mom, Prisha Testroza ordered. Yes, Mom. Fayette accepted the order. Then she turned around and walked out of Prisha Testroza's room. She called her Lich, Elfie, and used the dimensional transfer magic to leave the space-time courtyard and appeared in the first relatively desolate area in the north of Midzel City. Let's go, Elfie, Fayette said softly as she let the gentle breeze blow her hair up. After that, she walked into the city with Elfie and carried out Prisha Testroza's order to find room. Although that girl isn't your Alicia, is it necessary to treat her like that? In the high-dimensional space channel, in the space-time courtyard's room belonging to Prisha Testroza, Say Ito looked at the gloomy Prisha and said softly, "Don't compare that doll to my Alicia." Prisha glared at Say Ito fiercely and said coldly, "Crazy woman." Say Ito curled his lips and snorted. Prisha didn't mind the way Say Ito addressed her. She snorted coldly and walked into the room, ignoring him. Seeing this, Itsunari didn't bother to stay in Priscia's room any longer. He went straight back to the guest room that Priscia had arranged for him and continued to take out a pile of alchemy materials to make a magic tool that could be used to summon souls. Fayette's efficiency was still very high. In less than a day, he settled on a rather large room in the rather desolate northern part of Mid-Zelda City. He then sent the news to Priscia Testroza. Priscia Testroza, who received the news, immediately sent the news to Seito. Then she turned around and went to the core of the space-time courtyard. She untied the large glass tube that contained Alicia's body and used levitation magic to hold the glass tube suspended in midair. She reunited with Seito and activated the dimensional transfer magic to the room Fayette chose in Midzel City. In an instant, the living room was very spacious. It was 70 to 80 square meters. There was no furniture or facilities in the room. The room that looked like a semi-finished house appeared in Seito's eyes. At the same time, Fayette finally saw herself in the light of the dissipating magic circle. She was curled up in a green liquid and looked a little younger than herself, Alicia. Seeing Alicia's existence for the first time, Elfie's expression changed drastically. She looked at Fayette with a worried expression. Fayette's face was pale and helpless. However, she didn't show too much emotion on her face. She stood firmly in the same spot. However, her gaze kept shifting back and forth between Alicia and Priscia Testroza. "Not bad." Seito nodded after taking a look at the situation in the room and then at the window. "Step aside and make room in the middle," Seito ordered as he walked back to the middle of the living room. Priscia Testroza, Fayette, and Elfie knew what Seito was going to do and didn't cause any trouble. They all moved to the side and made room in the middle of the living room. Seito closed his eyes and sensed the space in the room, or rather, the space in the entire city of Metazelda. After a while, he opened his eyes again. Using psychokinesis, he turned his tentacles into blades and started carving in the room. Crack, 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 crack. In an instant, a series of soft cracking sounds rang out in the room. At the same time, a large number of fingernail-sized wall fragments fell from the floor of the living room, the surrounding walls, and the ceiling above his head. They fell to the ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust. More than half an hour later, under the carving of the invisible blades, a Metazelda magic circle that Fayette and Priscia Testroza were familiar with appeared before their eyes. It was also different from the legendary Baruchim magic circle. It looked extremely complicated and unfamiliar. However, Seito didn't stop there. He walked to a large empty space in the center of the magic circle and took out a large number of materials from the Rubik's Cube world. Using psychokinesis, he piled up the materials in the empty space in the center of the magic circle according to a certain level and pattern. Although this method of taking things out of thin air was amazing, it wasn't too exaggerated for Priscia Testroza. At most, she thought it was a strange magic technique and didn't pay too much attention to it. She just stared at Seito's actions. After all, everything Seito was doing now was related to the resurrection of her beloved daughter, Alicia. She couldn't help but pay attention to it. Under Priscia Testroza's gaze, a 3-story octagonal pyramid altar with a flat head appeared in the middle of the room. Seito jumped to the top of the altar and began carving on the surface and around the altar. After more than half an hour, he connected the patterns to the magic circle on the ground. After doing all this, Seito turned to Priscia Testroza and said, "Place Alicia's body in the center of this platform, together with the tube." Priscia Testroza didn't waste any time. She controlled a levitation spell and sent the transparent glass tube containing Alicia's body to the top of the altar. Seito held the transparent glass tube in the center of the altar. "Give me some of your blood," Say Ito said to Prija Testroza again. Prija Testroza didn't waste any time. She waved her hand and cut the artery on her wrist. The instant the blood in the artery gushed out due to the pressure, she wrapped it in her magic and sent it to Say Ito. Say Ito used psychokinesis to catch the blood Prija Testroza sent to him in midair. Under the control of psychokinesis, he drew the blood around the glass tube containing Alicia's body like ink. Soon, a complicated pattern with the stench of blood appeared on the tube's wall. It's done. At the same time, he waved his hand and shot a stream of life energy at Prija Testroza, healing the wound on her wrist and helping her recover the blood she had lost. Don't worry about it, said Ito Say, who had finished drawing the pattern with Prija Testroza's blood. At the same time, he waved his hand and shot a stream of life energy at Prija Testroza, healing the wound on her wrist and helping her recover the lost blood. Say Ito flipped his hand and took out 3 small flags with golden characters written on them. He inserted them into the 3 corners of the glass tube containing Alicia's body in a tripartite formation. Only then did he gently land back on the ground. Fayette, Elf, you two return to the space-time courtyard first. No matter what happens, you are not allowed to return to this room without my command, Say Ito said to Fayette and Elf, who were standing to the side. Understood, Fayette replied softly. After glancing at Alicia and Prija Testroza, Fayette left the room with Elf and used dimensional shift to return to the space-time courtyard. Prija, take this and stay here from now on. You're not allowed to leave without my command. After Fett and Elfie left, Ito Say flipped his hand and produced a bracelet with complicated patterns engraved on it. He tossed it to Prija Testroza and pointed at the empty spot beside the altar. You can use it. Prija Testroza didn't ask for the reason and put the bracelet on her wrist. In an instant, a strong suppressive force burst out from the bracelet and invaded his body in the blink of an eye. It wrapped around the telekinesis core in the strange space in his chest and completely sealed his mana inside. In order to prevent your magic power from interfering with the operation of the formation, I had to do this. Seeing Prija Testroza frown, Say Ito took the initiative to explain. He understood why she was frowning. Prija Testroza nodded and stepped into the space Say Ito pointed at. She stopped. When Ito Say saw this, he walked up to Prija Testroza and suddenly stabbed her in the chest. Ugh! After receiving this blow, Prija Testroza immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked at Ito Say in front of her with a look of unwillingness and disbelief. She reached out to grab his arm. At the same time, she tried to activate the sealed magic power in her body, preparing to take Ito Say down with her. Ugh! At that moment, a strange feeling spread from her body, causing Prija Testroza to pause in her counterattack. Puff! With a soft sound, Say Ito withdrew his hand from Prija Testroza's chest. After shaking off the blood on his hand, Say Ito turned around and returned to his original spot. He said softly, because the ritual might take a long time, in order to prevent your illness from affecting the ritual, I cured you. Thank you. Prija Testroza carefully sensed the condition of her body and found that it was indeed the case. Unexpectedly, she expressed her gratitude to Say Ito. Say Ito glanced at Prija Testroza with a surprised expression. He then ignored her. He formed a seal with his left hand and raised his right hand with a sword finger. Between his 2 fingers was a yellow Taoist talisman. At the same time, his feet stepped on the ground with the Xiangang combat steps. Summon the soul. After taking 108 steps in a row, Say Ito's right arm shook violently. The yellow talisman between his fingers burned without any fire. He suddenly shouted in a low voice. Chapter 1095. Under Say Ito's command, the huge 3-dimensional formation engraved in the room immediately glowed with a very soft white light, illuminating the room. Half a minute after the light shone, the 3-tiered octagonal altar with Alicia's body on it also glowed with a soft white light. Finally, it flowed to the 3 small flags at the top of the altar and enveloped them in the white light. Prisha, call your daughter's name. At this point, Ito-se hurriedly shouted at Prisha Testarossa, who was in a daze on the side. Alicia. Prisha Testarossa was startled when she was suddenly called out. Then, she hurriedly opened her mouth and called out as instructed. Alicia, Alicia, Alicia. Prisha Testarossa seemed to have sunk into her own world. She gently looked at Alicia, who looked like a sleeping angel, and called out to her. Alicia looked so cute under the soft white light. Just like that, as Prisha Testarossa called out, Alicia, Alicia, gray, dust-like substances penetrated the surrounding walls, floor, and ceiling under the illumination of the bright white light. They floated into the room and floated towards Alicia, who was at the top of the altar. The moment they passed through the walls and came into contact with Alicia's body, they melted into Alicia's body. Prisha Testarossa didn't notice this change at all and continued to call out to herself. However, the gray substances that had melted into Alicia's body were like a catalyst. More gray substances floated into the room through the walls. It floated towards Alicia's body until it finally melted into her body. And so, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Prisha, stop and take a rest. At this time, Ito-se, who was originally standing, was now sitting cross-legged on the ground to maintain the normal operation of the array. He turned his head and said to Prisha Testarossa, who had been calling out Alicia's name for the past 3 days. Her face was pale, and her body was so weak that it was on the verge of collapse. She hadn't eaten anything for the past 3 days. Prisha Testarossa didn't answer. She continued to call out her daughter's name with a voice that was almost unable to make a sound. Poor woman who's obsessed with her daughter. Sigh. Seito sighed inwardly. He flicked his finger at Prisha Testarossa's neck and knocked her unconscious. Then, he waved his hand and sent a stream of life energy to nourish Prisha Testarossa's body. He didn't want her to suddenly die before she could see her daughter. From the looks of it, it'll take a few more days. After dealing with Prisha Testarossa, Ito-se raised his head and looked at Alicia, who was still absorbing the gray substance in her body, and muttered to himself. Then, he retracted his gaze and closed his eyes. As he entered a meditative state, he quietly waited for Alicia's scattered human soul to finish gathering. And so, another 6 days had passed. It's finally done. Seito said softly when he saw the gray substance appearing around him. Then, is Alicia going to wake up soon? Prisha Testarossa asked excitedly as she looked at Alicia, who was floating inside the tube. This is just summoning Alicia's human soul back. After that, we still need to reunite the human soul with the 7 physical souls. Then, we need to call back the scattered earth soul and reunite with the heavenly soul. It will take at least half a month. Seito said as he stood up from the ground. So calm down first. I know. Prisha Testarossa was a grand magus after all. After knowing that it would take some time before she could see her daughter alive, Alicia immediately took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She quietly waited for Seito's next move. Phew! Seeing Prisha Testarossa calm down, Seito let out a breath of turbid air. Then, with a serious expression, he flipped his hand and took out a yellow talisman written with cinnabar. He ignited it and threw it at Alicia. In the next moment, a golden light shot out from the yellow talisman that had burned to ashes halfway through its flight. It penetrated the glass tube and entered Alicia's body. Then, Seito hurriedly waved his hand and projected a stream of life energy into Alicia's body. He also used psychokinesis to activate Alicia's heart that had stopped beating for several years. Under the pressure of psychokinesis, the blood that had regained its vitality under the influence of the life energy started circulating in Alicia's body once more. Soon, Alicia's pale skin became rosy under the influence of the blood. She looked like a sleeping girl instead of a corpse that had been dead for several years and relied on a special nutrient solution to keep it from rotting. Blood essence circulation, 7 physical souls reflect. Seito shouted as he formed a seal with both hands. Alicia's skin suddenly glowed with a faint golden light. Then, Under the influence of the golden light, 7 gray substances similar to the ones that had fused with her body emerged from Alicia's head, forehead, throat, heart, abdomen, navel, and reproductive organs. They gradually turned into 7 balls of gray mist and stopped in Alicia's body. 7 elements returned to 1, soul manifest. Itosei sensed the condition of Alicia's body through his spiritual perception. He changed his hand sign and shouted again. The 7 balls of mist slowly moved as if they had received an order. First, the ball of mist at the bottom of Alicia's body melted into the ball of mist at the navel. Then, the 7 new balls of mist swallowed up the ball of mist at the abdomen. Then the heart, throat, and forehead merged with the 7 balls of mist at the top of Alicia's head. Finally, the 7 balls of mist returned to the area between the eyebrows and fused with the ball of gray substance there, forming a blurry image of Alicia. Summon the soul of earth. Ito shouted as he changed his hand seal again. With this low bellow, the complicated pattern drawn with Prisia Testrosha's blood on the outer wall of the glass tube that contained Alicia instantly emitted a scarlet glow. Following the patterns on the altar, it reverted to the 3-dimensional array formation in the room, turning the originally bright white room into a crimson hue. The light lasted for about a few minutes. Then, some gray substances began to drift into the room through the surrounding walls. They flew towards Alicia's body in the center of the red light and disappeared into her body. Alicia, looking at this familiar scene, Prisia Testrosa subconsciously called out softly. Because the soul of earth mainly contained information about one's ancestors and parents, with Alicia's blood as a guide, it was not as difficult to gather as the soul of earth because it had dissipated for too long. In addition, the soul of earth contained some information about the soul of earth. Therefore, it only took 3 days for Alicia's soul of earth to be gathered again and entangled with the soul of earth. With the existence of the life soul and the earth soul, coupled with the physical body's ability to bind the heavenly soul was also brought down from the void under Itosei's control. It intertwined with the life soul and the earth soul. When the 3 soul of earth and soul of earth were gathered, the gray figure in Alicia's body suddenly became clear. At this moment, Alicia's soul was completely reassembled. Outside, Ito once again used the Shingang-yu steps and chanted an incantation. The soul of darkness returned to the body of life. Pardon. Ito pointed at Alicia's soul, which had just been reassembled, and it suddenly scattered. It melted into every part of Alicia's body like mist. At the same time, 2 wisps of gray mist floated out of Alicia's head and disappeared in an indescribable ripple. Phew! Ito, who had done everything, let out a long sigh. Then, with a wave of his arm, the glass tube outside Alicia's body immediately cracked. In the next second, it completely shattered and fell to the ground with a splash. What are you doing? Alicia Testrosa angrily glared at Ito and questioned him loudly. It's all over. Now, all we have to do is wait for Alicia to wake up. Itosei explained calmly as he wrapped Alicia with psychokinesis and sent her to Prisia Testrosa. Really? Alicia Testrosa's expression froze. She looked at Ito in disbelief and asked in a trembling voice, "Feel it yourself, and you'll know if I'm telling the truth," Ito said as he waved his hand and put away the 3-tiered altar in the center of the circle. Prisia Testrosa placed her hand on Alicia's chest and began to feel it seriously. Under the perception of Praxia's powerful spiritual power, a strong heartbeat and even breathing sound instantly sounded in her ears, confirming that Itosei's words were true. Alicia Testrosa softly called out in a trembling voice as she lowered her head to look at the red-faced, sleeping Alicia in her arms. Let's go. We'll return to the space-time courtyard first. I'll tell you what you need to do later, Ito said to the agitated Alicia Testrosa. Okay. Alicia Testrosa didn't care about the meaning behind Ito's words at all. She was only worried that Alicia would catch a cold in her arms. Alicia Testrosa, who had been freed by Ito, created a dimensional transfer array under their feet and teleported her and Sei Ito back to the space-time courtyard. Explode. In the next second after they left, the walls, floor, and ceiling of the room all exploded with a soft sound. At the same time, the magic formation left in the room was erased, turning into a thick cloud of smoke and dust that spread in the room. Chapter 1096. Still nothing. In the evening, Naya looked at Sei Ito, who had transformed into a ferret, and asked, "Nope, it seems like the sea is the most likely place," Sei Ito said as he jumped onto Naya's shoulder. "The sea? Then what should we do?" Naya asked, not knowing what to do. "There's a way, but with just the two of us, it's still a little difficult. Let's wait for my main body to come back first," Sei Ito said after a moment of silence. "Huh?" Naya subconsciously let out a low cry. "Let's take this opportunity to show our faces at school and at home. After all, it's not a good idea to not show our faces," Sei Ito said. "All right then." Naya thought for a moment and nodded. After that, Naya led Sei Ito to search around the city before returning to the hotel Sei Ito rented by Sei Ito to rest. The next morning, they took the Shinkansen to Hyman City. "Why hasn't Alicia woken up yet?" Prisha Testarossa asked as she looked at Sei Ito, who was leisurely flipping through the books he took from the space-time courtyard. "It takes time for the spirit to reintegrate with the body. Otherwise, there will be a phenomenon of the mind not controlling the body or the body not following the mind. It has only been 2 days. What's the hurry?" Ito-sei gently turned a page and replied in a low voice. "Then how many days will this situation take?" Prisha Testroza suppressed the frustration in her heart as she pressed for an answer. "It depends on the individual situation. If it's fast, it'll take a day. If it's slow, it won't take more than 7 days. Based on Alicia's situation, she'll wake up tomorrow or the day after tomorrow," Sei Ito said as he glanced at Alicia, who was sleeping peacefully on the bed. "I hope you're telling the truth," Prisha Testroza snorted and replied. Then, he ignored Sei Ito and knelt beside the bed. He reached out and held Alicia's small hands. He looked at her gently and softly called out, "Alicia, Pa." Seeing this, Ito-sei closed the book and stood up. He turned around and left Alicia's room as if this was his own home. Fit. Just as Sei Ito was about to leave the room, a hesitant and conflicted Faye entered his sight. "Ito-san." Fit greeted him softly. "You want to see Alicia?" Sei Ito asked softly. "Yes." "Then why didn't you go in?" Sei Ito asked again. "Scared? Praxia?" After a pause, Ito-sei asked. "Yes." After a few seconds of silence, Fit lowered her head slightly and replied softly, "Let's go. I'll take you in." Ito-sei sighed slightly when he saw this. He leaned over and grabbed Fit's little hand. Fit blushed slightly because of the warmth from his hand. He then led her back to Alicia's room. "My dear Alicia, wake up quickly. Mommy misses you." Prisha Testroza, who was completely immersed in her own world, was still in the same position as when Sei Ito left. Seeing the expression on Prisha Testroza's face, Fit, who had been led into the room by Sei Ito, stiffened. A gloomy feeling rose in her heart, and the change in her expression dimmed. "Actually, this is good. You're Fit after all, not Alicia," Sei Ito, who sensed the change in Fit, whispered in her mind. Fit trembled slightly and lowered her head. While they were whispering, the two had already reached Alicia's bedside and stopped in front of Prisha Testroza. "What are you doing here?" Prisha Testroza's face was filled with disgust as she questioned Fet, who was standing by the bed. Before Alicia's resurrection, Prisha Testroza's attitude toward Fit was hatred born from love. After Alicia's resurrection, Prisha Testroza's attitude toward Fit was utter disgust. It was as if Fit was an eyesore, and every minute she spent with her would make Prisha Testroza's heart burn with anger. "Mommy, I want to see my sister." Fit's body trembled slightly. He subconsciously tightened his grip on Ito-sei's hand and said in a low voice, "Don't say that. You're not my daughter, and Alicia isn't your sister. You're just a puppet I made when I lost Alicia. A puppet that makes me feel disgusted." I don't need you anymore, and I don't want to see you again. Leave now. Prisia Testroza abruptly stood up from the ground and glared at Fayette fiercely as she spoke loudly. Fit's body trembled when he heard Prisia Testroza's words. His eyes began to lose focus. He looked at Prisia Testroza blankly and murmured, "Mommy, shut up." Prisia Testroza shouted to stop him. Prisia, Seito, who felt that it had gone too far, frowned and shouted in a low voice, reminding Prisia Testroza to be careful. Prisia Testroza was a little eccentric and hysterical, but she still respected Seito. She snorted coldly and stopped talking. She bent down and gently stroked Alicia's cheek. She said softly, "I'm sorry, Alicia. I hope I didn't disturb you. Have a good rest. We'll be together again soon, my dear Alicia." Fit looked at Prisia Testroza's behavior. He felt like his strength had been sucked out of him. His eyes lost focus, and he was about to fall to the ground. Realizing that something was wrong, Ito-sei quickly stretched out his arms and hugged Faye's body to prevent her from falling to the ground. Seito couldn't do anything about Prisia Testroza, who was in a psychotic state. He sighed and shook his head. He bent down and carried Fit into his arms. He turned and walked out of the room. A few minutes later, Ito Mori came to Faye's room with Faye in his arms. Fit, seeing Ito Seiji push open the door and walk in with Felicia in his arms, who seemed to have lost all consciousness, the humanoid Elfie cried out anxiously with a face full of shock. Then he quickly ran in front of Ito-sei, reached out and took Fit from Ito-sei's arms, ran to the bedside, and gently put Fit on the bed. "Fit," Elfie called out worriedly. "Tell me, what's wrong with Fit?" Elfie glared at Seito and questioned him loudly. Seito didn't want to waste time with Elfie. He shot a stream of psychic energy into Elfie's mind and used illusions and hypnotism to construct a scene in her mind. He projected everything that had happened in Alicia's room into Elfie's mind. That hateful woman. Elfie gnashed her teeth and growled. However, she was worried about Fit's condition, so she held back the thought of settling the score with Prisia Testroza. She looked worriedly at Fit on the bed, unsure of what to do. Seito didn't say anything. He walked to a chair and sat down. He took out the books he had taken from Prisia Testroza's study and started reading. Whoosh, whoosh. The clear sound of pages flipping echoed in the room. After an indeterminate amount of time, Fit's lifeless eyes finally regained some color. She turned her head to look at Elva, who was standing beside her with a worried expression. "Fit," Elfie called out happily. "Elfie," Fit called out softly. "Pa." At this moment, a soft sound rang out. Both Fit and Elfie turned their heads subconsciously. "Mr. Ito," Fit greeted Ito softly as he walked slowly to her bedside. "Do you remember what I told you before? You are Fit, not Alicia. Although Prisia's words were harsh, you are you. You have Elfie, the lightning battle axe, and now me." Ito smiled and continued. "In the future, there will be others, such as Naya." After Ito-sei finished speaking, Felicia subconsciously looked at the happy Elfie, the lightning axe on the table, and Ito-sei who was talking. Felicia's expression changed slightly when she heard Ito-sei's name. "So make up your mind. Face up to yourself. From now on, live as Fit," Ito-sei said softly at the end. Fit didn't answer. She turned to Elfie again. "I'll be leaving first. I'll look for you in 2 days," Ito said. He turned around and left Fit's room. He returned to his own room and continued reading the book in his hand. Not long after Ito left, Fit used Elfie's strength to sit up on the bed. "Fit," Elfie called out softly. "I'm fine. Elfie, help me up." Fit rubbed Elfie's head and said softly, "I've made up my mind. Mr. Ito is right. I should face myself, Fit." Hearing this, Elf was both happy and worried. "You will always be by my side, right?" Faye asked Elva softly as she stood up from the bed. "Yes, I will always be by your side, Fit," Elfie replied firmly. Fit's heart was filled with warmth as she rubbed Elfie's head. Under Elfie's worried gaze, she walked out of the room and returned to Alicia's room along the familiar corridor. Hearing the sound of the door, Prisia Testroza turned to look at the door. "What are you doing here? Didn't I make myself clear?" Prisha Testroza frowned and said in a low voice, I'm here because I have something to tell you. I'm not Alicia Testroza. Perhaps I'm just a puppet you made. But Fit Testroza, was created by you and raised by you. I'm your daughter. Fit, who was standing at the door, continued to speak in her usual soft voice. However, the tone of her voice was more resolute than ever. Ha 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 ha. So what? Prisha Testroza laughed as if she had heard a joke. Then, she stopped laughing and asked in a contemptuous tone, Do you still want me to treat you as my daughter? If you wish. Fit replied softly. Impossible. Prisha Testroza answered without hesitation. My only daughter is Alicia. Even so, I'll still protect you. It's not because I'm your daughter, but because you're my mother, Fit said, shaking her head slightly. Prisha Testroza looked at Fit quietly for a while and suddenly sneered. How boring. As she spoke, she pointed her palm at Fit. Then, a purple magical beam shot out from Prisha Testroza's palm and hit the unprepared Fit, sending her flying out of the room. Bang! Alicia's door slammed shut. Cough! Fit, who had propped herself up with her arms, coughed in disappointment and spat out a small mouthful of blood. Fit! Elfie, who had been hiding in the corner of the corridor, quickly ran out of her hiding place and squatted beside Fit. She reached out her hands to support Fit's body and called out with concern. I'm fine. Mom didn't hit me too hard. Fit shook her head. Then, he stood up with Elle's help and turned to look at the tightly shut door in front of him. After a moment, he brought Elle back to his room to rest. 2 days later, a low moan came from Alicia's throat as she lay on the bed. Although her voice was soft, it was like a clap of thunder to Prisha Testroza, who had been guarding her bedside. It made Prisha Testroza tremble all over. Alicia, Prisha Testroza reached out her hand and caressed Alicia's face as she called out softly. Alicia's eyelids moved, and she slowly opened her eyes. After adapting to the light in the room, she turned her head and looked at Prisha Testroza, who was beside the bed. Mom, she called out in confusion. Yes, it's me, Alicia, Prisha Testroza replied in a trembling voice. Did I sleep too much again? Where's this? Mom, you look so strange. Alicia's eyes turned slightly. She looked at the decorations of the room and asked in confusion. Hearing the familiar, cowardly words, Prisha Testroza couldn't control her emotions any longer. She threw herself at Alicia and burst into tears, venting all the negative emotions that had accumulated since Alicia's death. Mom, Alicia, who didn't know why Prisha Testroza was acting like this, called out in confusion. RS. Chapter 1097. Let's go. The high-quality update is in a spacious hall in the space-time courtyard. Idose said to Fit and Elle beside him. Fetty responded in a low voice. Then, a huge, bright, white, dimensional teleportation magic circle appeared under the three of them. After it slowly rotated twice, a beam of light as thick as the magic circle suddenly shot out and enveloped the three of them. Say Ito, Fetty, and Elle disappeared from the space-time courtyard and appeared in Hyoming City, Japan, which was recorded in the archives of the Space Administration as the Earth that managed World 97. Follow me. After the magic light disappeared, Say Ito beckoned to Fetty and Elle beside him. After that, he leaped and quickly moved into the distance. Seeing this, Fit and Elle did not hesitate. They also used various skills to follow Ito's say and moved into the distance. After more than 20 minutes, the three of them finally stopped in front of an independent Japanese-style house that looked like a villa. Sei Ito went straight to the door, took out the key, inserted it into the lock, and opened the door. Come in, Sei Ito greeted. Since they followed Sei Ito out, Fetty and Elle, who were ready to listen to his orders at all times, didn't hesitate and stepped into the room. I'm back, Sei Ito, who took off his shoes at the entrance, said loudly. Oni-sama. Hearing Sei Ito's voice, another voice immediately sounded in the room. Then, a series of footsteps sounded. A brown-haired girl wearing beige canvas shorts and a short-sleeved, zippered home top Yagami Jifeng ran down from the second floor. It's you? She came to the first floor. Yagami Jifeng, who was about to say something to Sei Ito, paused and looked at Fetty and Elves standing beside Sei Ito with a stunned expression. You came at the right time. You've already met the two of them, but from today onwards, they will officially live in our house. Is that okay with you? Sei Ito looked at Yagami Jifeng and said with a smile, Of course. Yagami Jifeng, who had recovered from his shock, walked to Sei Ito and said with a smile, The high-quality update is here. This is Yagami Jifeng, the owner of this house and also a reserve magician. You two should get along well. Sei Ito turned to look at Fetty and introduced. Hello. Fetty said softly. Hello. If I remember correctly, your name is Fei Fei, right? He walked up to Fei Fei. Yagami Jifeng grabbed Fetty's hands and said with a smile. Yagami Jifeng's his cheeks blushed and asked. Last time at the Hot Spring Hotel, I saw the fight between you and Naha-chan. That's amazing. 8 Gods' rapid winds, eyes shone with starlight. She looked at Fet as if she was a groupie. Nothing. It's nothing. Fetty said softly, not used to Yagami Jifeng's enthusiasm. But Oni-sama is really amazing. He left home for half a month and brought back a beautiful girl. And he said he's not a fan of the Light Clan's project. Who would believe that? Yagami Jifeng looked at Sei Ito with disdain. Fetty, who had no idea what the Light Clan was, looked at Yagami Jifeng and Sei Ito in confusion, not knowing what they were talking about. You're smart. Ito Sei flicked Yagami Rapid Gale's forehead with his finger. Yagami Rapid Gale pursed his lips and said while pretending to be hurt. You take care of Fetty first. I'll go take a look at Naya. Sei Ito said. Okay. Yagami Jifeng dragged his voice and agreed. Sei Ito's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Yagami Jifeng, Fetty, and Elfie. Fight-chan, how did you meet Oni-sama? Seeing Ito Sei leave, Yagami Jifeng, who was sitting on the sofa with Feet, looked at Feet and asked. That, Fetty said shyly, not knowing what to do. Huh? Seikun? On the other side, seeing Ito Sei suddenly appear in her room, now Takamachi subconsciously called out. The high-quality update is here. I'm back. Ito Mori reached out and patted Naya's head. Her face was flushed red. You did well. Thank you, Naya. Sei Ito retracted his hand and praised her. Not all. It's all thanks to Seikuin's help. Naya said embarrassedly. At the same time, she looked at Sei Ito's shadow clone. Naya was stunned when she saw Sei Ito and Sei Ito standing in front of her. She looked at the two of them with a strange expression. Can you come out? I'll take you to see someone. Ito Sei smiled and removed his shadow clone, leaving only his main body to talk to Naya. Okay, wait a moment. Naya was relieved that she didn't feel strange anymore. She turned around and ran out of the room to say hello to Momoko. After about 3 minutes, Naya returned to the room. I'm done, Naya replied. Okay. Sei Ito nodded and hugged Naya. While Naya didn't know what to do and her face turned red, he teleported away from Naya's house and brought her back to Yagami Jifeng's house. So that's how it is. At this moment, Yagami Jifeng's voice sounded in Ito Sei and Naya's ears. We're here, Ito Sei whispered in Naya's ear, and at the same time, he released her. Jifeng Fet, Naya, who was slightly relieved, turned around and greeted Yagami Gale and Fet, who were sitting on the sofa with surprise. Naya-chan, Yagami Jifeng greeted. Hello, Fet said in a low voice with a reserved expression. Fet, don't be so formal. Just call Naya by her name, just like me, Yagami Jifeng said. Yeah, just call me by my name, Naya quickly said. Can I? Feet looked hesitantly at Naya. Yes. Naya replied happily. Nah, Naya, Fet whispered. Yes, Naya replied happily. Naya, Fet whispered again. Yes, this is great. We don't have to fight each other anymore. We can sit together and call each other's names like friends. I'm so happy, Naya said happily with tears in her eyes. Naya, Fet whispered again. Aya, it's rare to see each other. Why are you crying? Come, smile. Although Yagami Hate had only seen the two fight once, he could more or less understand the feelings between the two. He walked up to Naya and reached out his hands to rub Naya's cheeks. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Naya's face changed under Yagami Jifeng's rubbing. She screamed in pain and grabbed Yagami Jifeng's arms, trying to break free. Fet, don't just stand there. Naya is very strong. Come and help me hold her down. Natsuya was a magical girl, after all. Her body had been strengthened by magic, so Yagami Storm could not suppress her for the time being. Yagami Storm sensed that he was about to be suppressed, so he quickly asked Fet for help. Me? Feet, who did not expect to be invited, said with a stunned expression. Go, Fayette. Seeing that Fayette was a little moved, Elfie patted her shoulder and encouraged her. Faye turned around and looked at Elfie, who gave her an encouraging look. She hesitantly stood up from the sofa and walked over to Gale and Naya, who were fooling around. But before she could do anything, Naya had already broken free from Gale's teasing and started tickling Gale's back with a tiger's face. Fet, haha, help me. Yagami Jifeng curled up and begged Fet for help. Okay, Fet replied and reached out to help. At this moment, Yagami Gale broke free from Naya's tickling and circled around Fit to her back. He reached out his hands and grabbed Fit's chest. Come on, he said while massaging her chest. Let go of me, Fet whispered with her cheeks blushing. I didn't expect Fet to dress so boldly. Even your chest is quite impressive, Jifeng said with a smile. Jifeng, you're so perverted, Naya said. He perverted? Then I'll show you how perverted I am. As he spoke, he suddenly rushed in front of Naya, reached out his hands, and gently pinched Naya's chest. Naya, who was being attacked, immediately covered her chest with her hands. At this moment, Naya suddenly turned her head and exchanged glances with Feet, who was also looking at her. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they both blinked their eyes. Then, they both attacked Yagami Gale at the same time. Just like that, under the influence of Yagami Gale's intentional or not, Feet soon joined a small group of 3 and started fooling around with Naya and Yagami Gale. A smile that came from the bottom of his heart appeared on Fit's face. Thank you. Elfie's voice suddenly appeared in Seito's mind. It's nothing. I like Fet a lot. I'm happy that she's so happy, Seito replied. 10 minutes later, the 3 of them sat on the sofa and chatted. Are we no longer collecting jewel seeds? Naya looked at Fet and asked. Yes. Fet nodded. Phew, that's good. Now I can collect the last of the jewel seeds with Chunkoin. Naya heaved a sigh of relief after receiving confirmation. Do you need my help? Fet asked. Hearing Fida's question, Naya, who was very interested in working with Fidu, turned her head and looked at Ito-sei with a questioning look on her face. Forget about it this time. After all, there are people from the Space Administration watching above. With your current identity, it's not appropriate for you to appear in front of them. Seito shook his head. Chapter 1098. Are you ready? If you want to download the ebook, then download it for free. Ito-sei turned to look at Naya, who was wearing a white protective suit and holding the heart of the rising sun, and asked. I'm ready, Naya replied with a serious expression. Good. Seito nodded and left the ferret shadow clone by Naya's side. He then flew into the sky and headed toward the deep sea. Naya quickly spread her wings and followed closely behind Seito. Both of them were very fast. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the sky above the deep sea area one after another. Naya, back off a little, Seito said as he hovered in the air. Okay. She flapped her energy wings and flew to the side. When she thought it was about time, she stopped and looked at the real Ito-sei together with Ito-sei, who was standing on her shoulder. Seito stood in place and took a deep breath. Then, without any movement, a bright white middle-style magic circle appeared under his feet. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to more than a kilometer in diameter and rotated slowly. Alkith, Clodas, Elias, the god of light, descend under my guidance. Balakir, Zalyagal, Blazel. Seito began to chant the magic incantation he got from Feti. As Seito chanted the incantation, white lightning bolts shot out from the void and struck the sea below. At the same time, a continuous stream of rain fell from the dark clouds that suddenly gathered in the sky. Gallop, shine, roar, thunder. Alkith Clotas Elias. As soon as the incantation ended, huge balls of bright white energy with a diameter of about 2 meters appeared above the magic circle under Sei Ito's feet. A vertical black line appeared on the surface of the balls. It then turned horizontally and opened like a closed eyelid, revealing an eye pattern that looked like the eye of Horus in Egyptian mythology. Boom! Several white lightning bolts shot out from the left and right and hit the eyes formed by the energy balls. They looked like lines made of lightning. They connected the energy balls that appeared above the magic circle one by one. Gallop! Lightning! Sei Ito raised his right arm and shouted as he swung it down. BZZT! Crack! Boom! As soon as he said that, a loud explosion sounded. Several thick lightning bolts suddenly burst out from the eye formed by the bright white ball of light. It hit the surface of the sea below with great force. Craters appeared on the surface of the sea and splashed up a lot of water. Boom! 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 The lightning bolts continued to strike the sea. In the next moment, a bluish-white energy beam shot out from the sea below. It was like a towering tower that stood between heaven and earth. The sudden appearance of this light beam was like a signal, and the other 5 blue and white energy light beams immediately shot out from the bottom of the sea. Then, the light beams sucked in the wind and water around them, forming 6 raging tornadoes on the surface of the sea. Naya, begin, Sei Ito said to Naya after dispelling the ritual magic. Okay, Naya quickly replied. Naya hurriedly replied. Then, he quickly took Ito's Sei, who had transformed into a ferret, to the sky and switched the heart of the rising sun to its sealing mode. At this time, Sei Ito jumped down from Naya's shoulder and turned back into his human form. He stretched out his hands and summoned a bright white middle-style magic formation, casting a sealing spell on the 6 tornadoes. In an instant, several chains made of bright white energy shot out from the center of the formation and wrapped around the 6 tornadoes, trapping them in place and preventing them from moving around. At the same time, Sei Ito's right hand quickly made a few gestures, summoning a middle-style magic formation in front of him. Kami, rend! Takamoto Naya shouted after gathering her mana and using her maximum output. Thunder God's Fury! Sei Ito clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the magic formation in front of him. In an instant, a thick cherry-colored energy beam and a bright white energy beam that wasn't inferior to the cherry-colored energy beam shot out in front of Takamoto Naya and Sei Ito at the same time and landed on the surface of the sea below. Z. The 2 violent energies blended, repelled, and collided, forming a huge pitch-black sphere of energy in the sea. Then, it suddenly exploded, turning into a powerful energy shock wave that pushed the sea water in all directions. All the rocks and debris nearby that were in the path of the shock wave were annihilated into a pile of dust and disappeared into the air. The explosion of the energy was strong and fast. After only 10 seconds, the place where Sei Ito and Takamoto Naya were returned to its original calm state. Only the sound of the raindrops falling from the sky and hitting the surface of the sea echoed. Then, another thick blue and white energy beam broke through the sea water and stood between heaven and earth. At the same time, the remaining 6 jewel seeds were guided by the light beam and flew up into the air from the sea water. Finally, they stopped in front of Sei Ito and Takamoto Naya. Sei Ito, who was worried that the Space Administration would interfere, waved his hand and put away the 6 jewel seeds without hesitation. At this point, including the jewel seeds that Naya gave him and the jewel seeds that he got from Priscilla Testroza, all 21 jewel seeds were in Sei Ito's hands. It's finally done. Naya, who saw Sei Ito put away the jewel seeds, breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, "Pa." As soon as she finished speaking, a middle-style magic circle suddenly appeared in front of Naya and Sei Ito. Then, The head of the Space Administration's dimensional patrol ship, Asela's Captain Lindy, appeared in the center of the magic circle. "May I have a word with you?" Lindy looked at Saito and asked. "If it's about the jewel seeds, I don't think we have anything to talk about." Saito, who could roughly guess what Lindy was going to say, frowned and rejected her. "You should know that it's a dangerous item that can cause dimensional turbulence and even dimensional fault. If it's not properly stored, it will cause a lot of harm. We can't let such a dangerous item wander among the people," Lindy persuaded with a good temper. "This kind of thing is much safer in my hands than in your Space Administration's warehouse of dangerous items." Itose looked at Lindy and sneered. "What do you mean?" Lindy asked with a frown. She sensed that Saito was implying something. "Nothing," Saito said with a shrug. Then both of them fell silent. "If you insist on keeping them, I can only temporarily protect and monitor you according to the relevant regulations. I will also report your situation to the headquarters and wait for further instructions." After a few minutes, Lindy realized that Saito really didn't care about the Space Administration's reputation, so she sighed helplessly. "Whatever, but I have to remind you, Captain Lindy, it's best if you don't cross my bottom line. Otherwise, I don't mind doing something dangerous to express my dissatisfaction," Saito replied softly with his eyes slightly narrowed. "Okay, sorry to disturb you." After that, the image flashed and the jewel seeds disappeared in front of Saito's eyes. "Is this okay?" Naya said cautiously. "It's fine." Saito comforted Naya with a smile. At the same time, he thought to himself, she didn't mention Naya's problem. Has she changed? Or is she going to use Naya as a bargaining chip in exchange for the jewel seeds in my hands? Now, it was time to talk about the regulations of the Space Administration regarding the management of magisters. One of the regulations was the management of non-magical civilizations or magisters with high qualifications that were accidentally produced in the outer world. For people like Naya who accidentally obtained magic and possess qualifications that were rare even in the dimensional world where the headquarters was located, the administration would not allow them to live in their original world while retaining their magic. They would either have to migrate to another dimensional world or join the administration, or they would have their magic sealed and return to the life of an ordinary person. In the original work, novel, the reason why Naya was able to live a peaceful life on Earth without being restricted by the agency was all thanks to Lindy, who had a lot of connections in the agency. Lindy was also a person with strong social skills. Lindy was the one who helped her. Now that Ito changed the plot, Lindy naturally wouldn't help Naya for no reason. Therefore, Naya's problem became more prominent. Of course, this was not a problem for Saito. Not to mention that he had a lot of residents and soldiers in the Rubik's Cube, Saito wasn't afraid of the administration. Even if something were to happen, he could just directly move Naya into the Rubik's Cube. By then, even if the administration was exhausted, Saito wouldn't be able to invade the Rubik's Cube if he didn't take the initiative to expose the dimensional coordinates and open the world wall. "Let's go back," Saito said as he patted Naya's head. "Okay," Naya replied happily with a blush on her face. Then, Saito cast a teleportation spell and brought Naya back to the shore. He then took off the protective suit and went into the city with Naya. Then, after sending Naya to her house and leaving behind a new snow ferret shadow clone, he bid farewell to Naya and returned to Yagami Gale's home. "I'm back." Itose opened the door and walked into the room. He took off his shoes at the entrance and said loudly. Chapter 1099. P.S. Thank you to NXCX, Instacle Potato, and Nickfany for their tips. Thank you to Doom ******* M for your comment. Oni-sama, let's take a shower together, Yagami Jifing said to say Ito as he poked his head out of the bathroom. At the same time, she winked playfully at Ito, who was looking at her. Eh. Just as he finished speaking, Fet's nervous voice sounded from the bathroom. "Don't you dare." Before Ito could say anything, Elfie ran to the bathroom and stared at Ito fiercely like a kitten protecting its calf. "What's wrong with that? Everyone will have fun taking a shower together," Yagami Jifeng muttered mischievously. No, don't Jifeng. Fett grabbed Jifeng's arm in the bathroom and begged. You'll be Oni-Isama's woman sooner or later. What's there to be shy about? Yagami Jifeng pretended to be unwilling and muttered softly. Swoosh! Fett's face instantly turned red after being teased by Yagami Jifeng. Oni-Isama, it's not that Jifeng doesn't want to take a shower with you. It's just that Fett-chan doesn't want to. So you'll have to take a shower by yourself today. Hee. Yagami Jifeng turned his head again and looked at Sei Ito, who was speechless. Bang! After that, he retracted his body and closed the door with a soft sound. I didn't expect you to be such a person, Elfie said as she looked at Sei Ito with disdain. I can't be bothered with you. Sei Ito rolled his eyes at Elfie and turned around to continue reading the books he plundered from Prisia Testrosa's study in the space-time courtyard. He learned about the middle-style magic theory system, as well as some information about artificial intelligence, magic device manufacturing, lich manufacturing, and contract signing, as well as some other technology-related information. At the same time, in Naya's house, a pleasant ringtone suddenly rang. Unknown number. Naya quickly picked up her phone and looked at the caller ID displayed on the LCD screen. When she realized that it wasn't someone she knew, she put the phone to her ear and answered the call. Hello. Now Takamachi asked politely. Hello, Naya. I'm Lindy, the captain of the Dimensional Patrol ship from the Space Administration. Lindy introduced herself over the phone. Oh, hello. Naya tensed up upon hearing this, and she hurriedly greeted with a serious expression. Upon hearing Naya's words, Sei Ito, who was sitting beside Naya, immediately stood up and jumped onto the bed. It crawled up Naya's arm to her shoulder. He held his breath and listened carefully. I'm sorry to disturb you so late at night. However, there are some things that I have to inform you of at this time. Now, on behalf of the Space Administration, I formally extend an invitation to you. Civilian Sorcerer, now Takamachi. Are you willing to join the big family of the Space Administration and contribute to the stability and peace of the dimensional world? Lindy first apologized to Naya apologetically, then said in a serious tone, Naya, who did not expect that she would be invited by the Space Administration, was immediately taken aback. She let out a cry of surprise. Don't be surprised, Naya. Your talent is rare even in the dimensional world. You're the owner of a rare talent, and you have a strong sense of responsibility and justice. You're exactly the kind of talent that the Space Administration is looking for. The Space Administration values you very much, so I really hope that you can join the Space Administration and become a member of our big family. Lindy said in a gentle tone, but this invitation is too sudden. I don't know what to do. Can you give me some time to think about it? Naya said hesitantly. Of course. How about this? I'll contact you in 3 days, and you can tell me your choice then. Is that okay? Lindy agreed without hesitation. Okay. Thank you, Captain Lindy. Naya thanked her. Then I won't bother you anymore. Good night, Naya. Lindy said softly. Good night, Captain Lindy. Naya replied. Then, she hung up the phone and looked at Sei Ito on her shoulder. Seikuin, what do you think I should do? Sei Ito jumped onto Naya's legs and looked up at her. This kind of thing is ultimately up to you, but in my opinion, I don't want you to join the Space Administration. Why? Naya asked with some confusion. First of all, you're too young. You're only 9 years old this year, and you're an unorthodox magus. Even if you join the Space Administration, you can't immediately become an official member. You'll have to go through the training school first. Unlike the schools on Earth, it's completely militarized, so it's not suitable for you. Sei Ito patiently explained his reasons for Naya's objection. Naya, who was shocked by Sei Ito's explanation, let out a meaningless sound. Second, if you accept the Space Administration's invitation, they'll have a reason to force you to move to a world under the control of the Space Administration. It doesn't matter if you move directly to the capital, Mid-Zelda, or other cities, you'll have to leave Earth. Are you willing to be separated from Suzuka, Elisa, Gale, and Fett, who you just became friends with? Of course I don't want to, Naya replied without hesitation. Third, and this is the thing I don't want to see the most, if you join the Space Administration, one day we may have a conflict due to some reason and become enemies. I don't want Naya to become my enemy, Seito said in a low voice. I will never become Seikuin's enemy. Naya picked up Ito Sei's ferret body with both hands and raised it in front of her with a serious look on her face. I believe you can do it, Naya, but I don't believe the Space Administration, Seito said softly. If that's the case, I won't join the Space Administration, Naya said without hesitation. Then her expression changed, and she stuck out her tongue cutely and said softly, I don't know much about the Space Administration, and I'm not familiar with them. I just want to live with Suzuka, Elisa, Gale, Seikuin, and my family. Okay, Seito responded softly. Then, Naya put the invitation aside and chatted with Seito. The next morning, Seito, Yagami Gale, Fet, and Elisa woke up one after another. After a simple shower, they went to the training room that Seito modified. I didn't expect this room to be so big. Elisa looked at the huge space and was surprised. This is Oni-Isama's credit. I don't know what magic Oni-Isama used on this room. The room suddenly became so big. Yagami Gale walked into the room and introduced proudly. He probably used some kind of spatial magic. Elisa looked around and guessed. Seito didn't explain and let her guess. Let's start the morning training, Seito said to Yagami Gale. Okay. Yagami Gale nodded and walked to the side to practice the 5 animals technique. That's called training? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Elisa looked at Yagami Gale's strange movements. Elfie couldn't take it anymore and burst out laughing while clutching her stomach. Elisa, Fet couldn't stand it anymore and called out. He reminded Elisa to pay attention. Fet, it's not my fault. His movements are too funny. It doesn't look like training at all. It's more like an ugly game to fool a child, Elisa said to Fet while trying to hold back her laughter. Just as Elv was about to say something, Yagami Gale puffed up his cheeks and pointed his finger at Elv. A bright white mead-style magic circle appeared under Elv's feet, and several energy chains shot out from the magic circle and tied Elv tightly to the ground. Then, Ito Mori raised his hand and shot out a bright white ribbon of light towards Elfie. It wrapped around Elfie's mouth, making her unable to speak. Elfie could only moan, unable to speak at all. Gale, continue training. Seito turned to Yagami Gale after teaching Elisa a lesson. Yes, Yagami Gale replied and started practicing the 5 animal frolics technique again. Don't worry about her. You should start training too, Fet. Seito spoke first when he saw Fet was hesitating. Okay. Fet knew he wouldn't be able to beg for mercy. He walked to the side with his thin iron rod and started training according to the swordsmanship training method. She quickly forgot about Elfie. Of course, this was because she knew that Elfie was not in danger. If Elfie was in danger, she would have fought with her life on the line, let alone cultivate. Seeing that both of them had started to cultivate, Ito Sei slowly walked to Elfie, who was restrained by the chains on the floor, and squatted down. It's fine if you don't understand. Don't laugh at other people's cultivation methods. If you were in my world, you would have been killed. Ito Sei looked down at Elv, who was glaring at him, and said softly. With that, Seito removed the shackles on Elisa. Bastard. Elfie, who was freed, cursed in a low voice and suddenly launched an attack on Ito Sei. Ito Sei didn't even move. An invisible heavy punch hit Elva's body. With a muffled bang, she was heavily pressed to the ground. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't get up. Behave yourself if you don't want to continue to suffer, Ito Sei said softly, then removed the telekinesis suppression and let go of Elv again. Oomph. From the 2 simple confrontations, Elfie knew that she was not the opponent of Ito Sei. She sat cross-legged on the ground and quietly watched Fit, who was in the middle of cultivation, not looking for trouble. After dealing with Elisa, Seito walked over to Fet. He stopped Fet, who was practicing the basics, and taught her close combat techniques. After all, even in the world of magical girls, Seito's close combat techniques were quite good. He could even be said to be one of the best. It was more than enough to teach Fet. 1.5 hours later, Yagami Gale finished the homework that Ito Sei had arranged for him. Fady also stopped cultivating after Ito Say stopped her. She called Elf, who had calmed down and left the room. Then they went to the bathroom to clean up. Then they went to the dining table and enjoyed the Western breakfast Sei Ito had prepared. I didn't expect you to know how to cook. Elfie looked at Ito Sei with a surprised expression. Itosi I shrugged and didn't answer Elfie's question. Seeing this, Elfie snorted and lowered her head to eat the food in front of her. Gale, wait. Let's go together today. Just as Gale finished her breakfast, washed her bowl and chopsticks, and was about to leave home with her school bag, Ito Sei suddenly stopped her and said, Yagami Gale looked at Sei Ito in surprise. After all, Sei Ito only sent her off on the first day of school. After that, Sei Ito didn't send her off even once. She always took the bus to school by herself. She really didn't understand why Sei Ito wanted to go with her today. I'm going to arrange for Fett to go to your school as well, so that she can accompany you, Sei Ito explained with a smile. Really? Yagami Jifeng asked with a joyful expression. Fett was shocked. Really? Sei Ito nodded with a smile. He then turned to Fett and said, since you're going to start a new life, you should get in touch with the outside world. School is the ideal place. I believe you'll be able to make a lot of new friends there. Okay then, Fett nodded after a moment of hesitation. After that, Ito Sei and Fei quickly finished the breakfast in front of them, cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, changed their clothes, and left the house with Gale, who was wearing Shengxiang Primary School's uniform. They took the bus to school. As for Elisa, Sei Ito asked her to stay at Gale's house. 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the entrance of Shengxiang Elementary School. After greeting Yagami Gale, Sei Ito led Fett to the principal's office. The procedures went smoothly, especially under the control of Ito Sei's hypnotism. Fetty finally entered Nara, Suzuka, Elisa, and Hyatt's class as arranged and became their classmate. However, although it was school time, Fett, who didn't prepare anything, naturally couldn't enter the school immediately. Therefore, after completing the procedures, she left the school with Sei Ito and wandered around the streets. Sei Ito bought a phone according to Fett's preferences in a mobile phone store and handed it to her. Thank you. Fett, who took the phone, thanked him softly with a blush on her face. Chapter 1100. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Naya was overjoyed to be in the same class as Fei. It was still evening, and a melodious ringtone sounded. When Naya picked up the phone to check the caller ID, she found that it was a series of asterisks. She raised her head and looked at Ito Sei, who had turned into a ferret. She then took a deep breath and answered the call with a serious face. Hello, Naya said politely. Good evening, Naya. It's me, Lindy. What do you think about that invitation? Lindy asked in a very gentle tone. I'm sorry, Captain Lindy. I don't think I can accept your invitation, Naya replied nervously. Oh, can you tell me why? Lindy asked softly. Her voice didn't sound surprised at all. Well, I'm still young, and I don't plan on choosing my future class right away. I'm sorry, Captain Lindy, Naya replied. I see, Lindy said as if she had just realized something. Then, she changed the topic and asked, Sunkyun should be with you right now, right? Yes. Naya didn't expect Lindy to ask about Sei Ito, so she didn't know what to say. Can you give the phone to him? Lindy asked. Okay, Naya replied. She then passed the phone to Ito Sei, who was on her shoulder. Ito Sei leaped to the ground, removed the transformation, and returned to his original appearance. He took the phone and put it to his ear and said, I'm Ito Sei. What do you want to talk to me about, Captain Lindy? It's about Naya, Lindy said in a gentle tone. You know Naya's talent. The higher-ups of the agency won't allow a magus of such talent to stay in the outside world. According to the rules, I have to bring Naya back, Lindy said. What do you want to say? Ito Sei, who had roughly guessed Lindy's plan, narrowed his eyes and said, I can use my connections to allow Naya to live in the original world while retaining her magical powers. However, in return, I would like you to hand over the ancient heritage in your possession, the jewel seed. This is the necessary price for Naya to live a stable life. I'm sure you'll agree, right? Lindy's voice was so soft that Say couldn't help but imagine Lindy's face when she said this. She must be holding that strange matcha tea with sugar and milk, smiling as she spoke. Do you know anything about Natsuya's family? Say didn't answer his question immediately. Yes, Naya's mother is Momoko Taka's. She used to be a mercenary, and her father is now dead. Her brother is called Kyoya Taka, and she has an elder sister called Miyuki Taka. Is there a problem? Lindy was confused by Seito's question. I suggest that you investigate the situation of Naya's family members, especially the situation of Takashimoto Kyoya and Takashimoto Miyuki, before you talk to me about the conditions. I just hope that when the time comes, you will still have the confidence to threaten me with Naya, Say said with a chuckle. Thank you for your advice. I'll do my best to investigate, Lindy said in a serious tone. Sorry to bother you, Lindy said and disconnected the call. What's wrong? Naya took the phone from Seito and asked in confusion. After all, she heard clearly that Say and Lindy mentioned her family's name in their conversation. She didn't know why they mentioned her brother and sister. It's nothing. Captain Lindy wanted to threaten me with your freedom, and I used your family situation to scare her. Say, who reached out and gently rubbed Naya's head, explained with a smile. How could Captain Lindy do that? She's so hateful, Naya said angrily when she knew she was being used as a bargaining chip to threaten her friend. But why would my family situation scare her? Naya asked in confusion. Because your family situation is very special. But forget it, you don't have to worry about this kind of thing. If the Space Administration really wants to use force, I will make them pay the price. Say squinted slightly, and a murderous look flashed in his half-hidden eyes. With her keen senses, Naya immediately noticed the change in Say, and her body tensed up. Seito, who sensed Naya's change, quickly chuckled and dispelled the gloomy atmosphere. He turned back into a ferret and jumped on Naya's shoulder. Captain, these are the documents. On the bridge of the assless spaceship, Aimi, who was wearing the Space Administration's uniform, handed a stack of documents to Lindy and said in a discouraged tone, Thank you, Aimi, Lindy said as she picked up the documents in front of her. She then looked down at the documents and saw that they contained detailed information about Naya's family. Takamachi Shiro, Takamachi Koya, Koto, dojo master, teacher, and has 4 disciples. Received training from a 4th Division of the Hong Kong Special Police Force, one of the top forces on Earth. Exact strength unknown. Takamachi Miyuki, successor of Koto swordsmanship. Apprentice, received training from the 4th Division of the Hong Kong Special Police Force. Her biological mother, Misato Miyuki. Exact strength unknown. Takamachi Momoko. Misato Miyuki, successor of Koryu swordsmanship. Teacher, currently the 4th Division of the Hong Kong Special Police Force. One of the top fighters in the world. Exact strength unknown. Dangerous level, extremely dangerous. Takamachi. 2 minutes later, Lindy finished reading all the information and turned to ask Aimi, Can't you find anything else? Nope, I can't find anything. Aimi replied dejectedly. Lindy's gaze stopped at the words extremely dangerous written in red on Misato Miyuki's information board and fell into deep thought. You go rest first. After a while, Lindy let out a sigh and turned to look at Amy beside her with a smile. Okay, Amy nodded, then turned around and left the bridge, walking towards her lounge. That guy, what is he trying to do? Lindy frowned as she looked at the documents on the table in front of her. Then, she set up a communication screen and contacted an insider who she thought might be of help to this matter. It's almost time. On the other side, Say, who received the news from the shadow clone, muttered to himself, Jifeng, come with me. Seito stood up and said to Yagami Jifeng, who was chatting with Feet. Okay, Yagami Jifeng replied and followed Seito to her bedroom. A minute later, the two arrived at Yagami Jifeng's bedroom. What's wrong? Oni-sama? Yagami Jifeng looked at Seito in confusion. Nothing. I just think it's time for you to officially become a magical girl, Seito said as he summoned the Tome of Night into his hand. Huh? Is that okay? Yagami Jifeng was surprised. Uh-huh. Sei Ito nodded and waved at Yagami Jifeng. Yagami Jifeng involuntarily flew to Sei Ito and was pressed by Sei Ito's hand on his back. The next moment, Yagami Jifeng felt a strange energy entering his body from his back. Then, a pearl-sized ball emitting a purple glow slowly appeared from his chest and floated into the air. This was Yagami Jifeng's source of mana, the nucleus of thought. At this moment, the Tome of Night in Sei Ito's hand that was chained in the shape of a cross seemed to be stimulated by something. It broke free from his hand and floated to the nucleus of thought and started beating like a heart. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. Then vein-like patterns protruded from the brown cover of the Book of Night Sky. At the same time, the cover of the Book of Night Sky opened up, as if it wanted to open, and was in a deadlock with the chains that imprisoned it. About 10 seconds later, accompanied by a cracking sound, the shackles on the surface of the Book of Night Sky immediately shattered, allowing the Book of Night Sky to finally open. Hulalala! The Tome of Night that was emitting a purple mana flipped on its own. However, all the pages were blank, and there wasn't a single word. Jifeng. At this moment, Felicia, who was wearing a protective suit and wielding a lightning axe, appeared at the door after sensing the burst of mana. It's fine. Jifeng is binding her magic device. It will be done in a while. Sei Ito, who had retreated to the door after the Tome of Night flipped on its own, stopped Felicia and Elve. Upon hearing this, Felicia and Elve both relaxed and quietly observed Jifeng's magic device. The pages of the book flipped very quickly. After Ito, Sei comforted feet, the pages of the book were all flipped and sealed again. It slowly floated in front of Yagami Jifeng. Activate. A strange electronic voice sounded from the Tome of Night. As soon as the voice sounded, the brass cross on the surface of the Tome of Night blossomed with a dazzling multicolored light. It intersected with the nucleus of thought that Sei Ito had forced out of Yagami Jifeng. A huge purple hexagram magic array appeared in the room under the dazzling light emitted by the nucleus of thought. It flipped and stood between the Tome of Night and Yagami Jifeng, releasing a dazzling light once again. Chapter 1101. The light disappeared just as quickly as it had appeared. A man and 3 women wearing strange, sleeveless black skin-tight clothes were half kneeling on the ground. Behind them was a purple magic array that was still rotating. The activation of the Book of Darkness has been confirmed. Among the 4 people, a woman with a pink ponytail was half kneeling in front of them. She lowered her head and said softly, "We are the Guardian Knights in charge of collecting the Book of Darkness and protecting our master." Then, kneeling on the right side of the pink-haired woman with a ponytail, a woman with short blonde hair who looked like a married woman said, "We are here to protect the master of the night sky." The only man among the 4 said, "We are the Wind Cloud Knights." She was the youngest of the 4, even younger than Gale. She had a head of red braids and was the last to speak. You said you were my guardian knights?" Yagami Gale asked carefully. "Yes, master." The woman with the pink ponytail, Sinyo, who was the leader of the Wind Cloud Knights, lowered her head and replied, My name is Yagami Gale. You can call me Gale. As a master of the Book of Darkness, I will take good care of you as my guardian knights. Fortunately, I have some skills and am good at cooking." Yagami Gale said after he recovered. "Apologies, master. You are the master of the Book of Darkness, not the master of the Book of Darkness," the woman with short blonde hair, Shammar, reminded carefully. Book of Darkness?" Yagami Gale looked at the brown hardcover book in his hand in confusion. He turned to Sei Ito and asked, "Big brother, is that name wrong?" "That's right. This book was originally called the Book of Night Sky. It was a magic book created by the ancient Baraka civilization to store information. However, when a certain owner obtained it, he added a virus program to the book, causing the Book of Night Sky to become the Book of Darkness. This is also the reason why your legs were paralyzed by its erosion in the past," Ito Sei explained softly. "Is what you said true?" Senya looked up and asked seriously. Yes, Seito confirmed with a nod. Then why don't we remember the name of the Book of Darkness? Vita, who had a thick ponytail behind her head, questioned. Perhaps the previous master did something to the program and affected your memories. That's why you don't know your true identity, Seito replied. Sinyo frowned. Shammar, Vita, and the only male among them, Zafira, looked at each other. Their eyes flashed with a serious look. Well, let's not talk about this. Let me take your measurements. While Ito, Sei, and the Wind and Cloud Knight were talking, Yagami Hayakawa ran to the side and took out a tape measure from a small cabinet on the desk. Ever since he could remember, the Wind Cloud Knights, who had never been treated by their master, was stunned. Oh, what are your names? He walked over to Vita. Yagami Gale, who was measuring Vita's 3 measurements with a tape measure, asked again. I am Sinyo, the Sword Knight. I'm also the leader of the Wind Cloud Knights. Sinyo stood up and replied. I am Shammar. I am the Lake Knight. I am the healer of the Wind Cloud Knights, Shammar continued. My name is Zafira. I am Master's guardian beast. Zafira, who had short gray hair, said. My name is Vita. I am the Red Knight. I am in charge of attacking. Vita, who had stepped aside after his measurements were taken, replied. Oh, Yagami Gale, who was focused on measuring Zafira's measurements, replied softly. Gale's measurement speed was very fast. After a little more than a minute, he had finished measuring Sinyo, Shammar, Vita, and Zafira's measurements and recorded them. All right, I will buy you a change of clothes tomorrow, Yagami Gale said happily. Oh, right. I forgot to introduce you to everyone. Then Yagami Gale seemed to have thought of something. He raised his right fist and hit his head lightly. At the same time, he stuck out his little tongue and said cutely, This person beside me is Seito. He is my brother. Yagami Gale pointed at Seito and introduced him. Ito-sei nodded at Sinyo and the other 3 and continued to observe their physical condition. He was amazed by the advanced technology of ancient Baruka to be able to achieve such a heaven-defying technology as materialization of energy. This is Fet Testarossa. He is my good friend. Yagami Gale walked to the door and introduced Fet Testarossa, who had taken off his battle gear, to the Wind Cloud Knights. Hello. Fet greeted them softly. Hello. Sinyo returned the greeting on behalf of the others. The one over there is Elva. She is Fet's family member, Yagami Gale said as he pointed at Elva, who was sizing up Zafira with interest. Looking at Elva and Zafira, who both had wolf ears and wolf tails, Seito couldn't help but think, could it be that these two are having an affair? I don't remember the original work mentioning what happened to them in the end. Master, please bestow us a set of knight armor, Sinyo requested Yagami Gale again after everyone had gotten to know each other. Knight armor? Yagami Gale repeated with a puzzled expression. Yes, although we are holding weapons, we can't wear armor without Master's permission, Sinyo explained. Because we're using our own mana to create it, we just have to imagine the form. Shammar said. I see. Even so, I don't really want everyone to fight, Yagami Gale said as he looked at Sinyo and the other 3 in distress. Then, he suddenly had an idea. He asked Sinyo and Shammar, Is clothing okay too? Can we wear something like a knight? Yes, it's fine, Sinyo replied. Then let's look for some information and design something cool, Yagami Gale said excitedly. Then, she ran to the bookshelf to look for books that could inspire her. But before she could take a step forward, Ito Mori took the lead to stop her. It's already very late. Hurry up and rest. You still have to go to school tomorrow, Ito reminded her. Yeah, look at me. I'm too excited, Yagami Gale said as he stuck his tongue out. I'll go tidy up your rooms, Yagami Gale said as he turned to the Wind Cloud Knights. It's all right, Master. We could do it ourselves, Shammar said hurriedly. It's all right, Yagami Gale said with a smile. Then, he turned around and walked out of the room to tidy up the rooms for the Wind Cloud Knights. Seeing this, Shammar hurriedly informed Sinyo and followed Yagami Gale to help tidy up the room. I'm going to rest too, Felt, who had been watching everything, said at this moment. Okay, go ahead. Good night. Ito turned to Felt and smiled. Good night, Felt replied softly. Fet replied softly before leaving Yagami Gale's room with Elfie, heading back to his own room. Since they weren't familiar with each other yet, Sei Ito, Sinyo, Vita, and Zafira didn't reply. Instead, they stared at each other in silence. Get used to it. Your new master is very different from the previous ones. You'll find a new warmth. After a while, Ito Sei walked over to the bed and sat down. He took out a magic book and flipped through it as he spoke to Sinyo, Vita, and Zafira, who were standing by the side. After hearing Sei Ito's words, Sinyo, Vita, and Zafira couldn't help but recall everything that had happened since they met Yagami Gale. It was the first time they didn't know what to do. Just like what Sei Ito said, their new master was very different from the previous ones. Not only did he not treat them as tools, but he also didn't make them collect mana to replenish the pages. Instead, he treated them warmly like family and friends. This made the Wind Cloud Knights, who had experienced all kinds of treatment and even abuse by their previous masters, feel very uncomfortable. It felt like they were dreaming. Just like that, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Then, Yagami Gale and Shammar returned to the bedroom. I've already tidied up your rooms and prepared the bath water. Go and get some rest. We'll talk about it tomorrow, Yagami Gale said to Sinyo and the others with a smile. Sinyo and the others looked at each other and replied in unison, yes. Shammar then led them out of Yagami Gale's bedroom and headed to the bathroom to take a bath. After taking a bath, they returned to the bedroom that Shammar and Yagami Gale had tidied up together. However, due to his duty as a guardian knight, Sinyo only allowed Shammar and Vita to sleep in the guest room. He and Zafira, who had transformed into an animal, stayed in the living room. One sat on the sofa while the other lay on the ground, guarding the safety of the entire house. Sure enough, Oni-sama is my guardian angel. In Yagami Jika's bedroom, Yagami Jikaz said softly in Ito Sei's arms. And Ito Sei was a little confused and let out a low groan. Ever since I met Big Brother, my life has changed a lot. Not only did my legs heal, but I also went to school to study with my classmates. I also made good friends like Naya, Suzuka, Eliza, and Sophie. Now, I even have new family like Sinyo and the others. I didn't even dare to think about this in the past. And all of this is because of you, Big Brother. So, thank you, Oni-chan. Yagami Gale raised her head and suddenly kissed Sei Ito on the cheek. Her face was flushed as she spoke softly. Sei Ito reached out and rubbed Yagami Gale's head. He smiled and pulled Yagami Gale into his arms. He hugged her and closed his eyes to rest. Chapter 1102. P.S. Thank you to Shun, Scar of Xian Yuan, and Shirley for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Nickfany for your tip. Can you tell us more about the Book of Darkness, which is also the Book of Night Sky that you speak of in more detail? While Yagami Gale and Fetty were on their way to school, Sinyo, who had changed into a set of home clothes that Yagami Gale had bought from the store 2 days ago, asked Sei Ito in a serious tone. Sure, I also need your help with something, Sei Ito said as he closed the book in his hand and turned to Sinyo. Thank you very much, Sinyo said as he lowered his head slightly. Then, he walked to the side and sat down. He looked up at Sei Ito with a serious expression and waited for his explanation. Since it was about the Book of Darkness, Vita, Shammar, and Zafira, who were also knights, walked out one after another and stood behind Sinyo. They looked at Sei Ito with concern. Just like what I said the other day when you guys were awakened, Book of Darkness is not its original name. Book of Night is its proper name. Ito Sei raised his hand, and the night sky book with a hard brown cover suddenly appeared in front of his palm and was caught by him. When Shammar exclaimed as he looked at the Book of Night that suddenly appeared in Sei Ito's hand. The Book of Night was originally created to collect and record the great magical technologies of various civilizations. It was a data storage magic device for the owner of the book to research and learn. However, one of the owners of the book was confused by the knowledge recorded in the book. In order to obtain the powerful power of the Book of Night Sky, I used the administrator's authority to change the core program of the Book of Night Sky. Originally, The grimoire was only used for recording, but now it is a fully offensive grimoire. Ito-sei placed the Book of Night Sky in front of him and gently stroked the cover. It's also because of the previous owner's unauthorized modification that the core program of the Book of Night Sky mutated, turning the original travel program into a reincarnation program and the automatic recovery program into an infinite regeneration program, producing a terrifying corrosive effect on the owner. You guys probably don't know this, but before you awakened, Gale's legs were already paralyzed by the mutated program of the Book of Darkness. He can't move anymore, Ito said as he looked at Sinyo and the others. He said calmly, I did see the wheelchair in the storeroom. I thought it was useless. I didn't think, Sinyo said in a low voice. If what you said is true, then why can Master walk normally? Shamar looked at Seito and asked, Because of my power, as well as the meditation technique I taught him. Ito-sei replied in a low voice. You've seen the training this morning, right? Ito-sei asked. Yes, although I didn't understand those strange movements. What's the meaning of those movements after that? Sinyo nodded. Those strange movements were used to strengthen Gale's body, especially his internal organs. It's one of the ancient legacies of this world, and the later meditation is to practice the meditation technique that I imparted to you. It's used to purify the mind and refine the mind. It can also stimulate Gale's psychokinesis core from the side and suppress the corrosion of the Book of Darkness. That's why Gale can recover to his current state, Ito explained. However, this method can only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. If the Book of Night doesn't recognize its owner for a long time, the virus will accelerate the corrosion of Gale's psychokinesis core until it completely devours Gale's life and reincarnates to find its next owner, Ito explained as the wind cloud riders let out a sigh of relief. Is what you said true? Vita looked at Ito suspiciously. Vita, Sinyo said sternly, there's no point in lying to you. After all, you're the Master of Night, which means you're Gale's guardian knights. And in the long run, we may live together in the future. Lying to you is equivalent to asking for trouble. I don't need to do that. Ito-sei shrugged indifferently. May I ask why you know so much about the Book of Darkness? Shamar asked from the side. This question hit the nail on the head, causing the other three wind and cloud knights to lock their eyes on Ito-sei, waiting for his answer. I have my sources of information. Plus, I have some special methods. It's not too much trouble for me to understand some things, Ito said casually. Sinyo took a deep look at Ito-sei and didn't continue to pursue this issue. Instead, he asked another question. Earlier, you said that you needed our help. What is it? I need you to start patching up the pages of the Book of Night. Ito looked straight into Sinyo's eyes and said, Only when all the pages are patched up and Gale becomes the true master of the Book of Night will there be a chance to fix the faulty program of the Book of Night. Only then will Gale be free from the danger of the core of thought being corrupted. Please give us some time to think about it, Sinyo said after staring at Ito for a few seconds. Sure, Ito nodded in agreement. He then tossed the Book of Night to Chalmar, and once again took out the books he had plundered from Prisia Testroza and flipped through them. Shamar, Sinyo, and Vita looked at each other and left the room one after another. They came to the small platform outside the house. I don't think that guy is trustworthy, Vita said unhappily. Although that guy's actions are suspicious, it is just as he said. We are Master's guardian knights. From Master's point of view, we are his companions. He has no reason to lie to us, Shamar said softly. Actually, the most important thing is whether the information he said about the Book of Darkness is true or not, Zafira said in a muffled voice. Book of Darkness, Book of Night. Sinyo crossed his arms. He lowered his head and muttered. If what he said is true, then we can't rule out the possibility that we are also affected, Shamar said softly. After a while, Sinyo raised his head and said to Shyamar, when Gale Mistress returns, do a thorough check on her body, especially the condition of her telekinesis core. See if there are any signs of corrosion. Okay, Shyamar replied with a serious face. If it's true, Senyo looked up at the blue sky and said softly. Although he didn't finish his sentence, Shammar, Vita, and Zafira all knew what he was going to say. They all made the same decision in their hearts. I'm back, afternoon. Along with a cheerful greeting, Yagami Gale and Fet, who were wearing the white uniform of Shengxiang Primary School, returned home. I'm back, Fet greeted Yagami Gale softly. Welcome back. Xiamar greeted Yagami Gale with a smile as he came to the door. Welcome back, Fet, Shammar said. The beastly elfie called out. Gale. Vita greeted Gale happily. Chamar, Vita-chan, Senyo, Zafira, Elv, Oni Isama. Yagami Hayakami called out to everyone in the room. Everyone must be hungry. I'll cook for you now. Gale walked to the kitchen with a plastic bag filled with various ingredients. He said to everyone. Beside him, Fit, who was also carrying some things in his hands, also walked into the kitchen. What are we eating tonight, Gale? Vita asked curiously. Stewed beef with potatoes, stir-fried vegetables, vegetable salad. Yagami Gale replied without turning his head. Let me help. Shammar walked into the kitchen and took the plastic bag from Yagami Gale and Fet. Then, he put on an apron and put it on. He took out the ingredients from the plastic bag and washed them. Sorry to trouble you, Shammar. Fet and I will go back and change our clothes first, Yagami Gale said with a smile. Yagami Jifeng said with a smile. Then, he grabbed Fetty's hand and walked out of the kitchen from behind Shammar. They ran back to their rooms and changed into their home clothes. Then, they returned to the kitchen and started making dinner with the help of Shammar and Fetty. Yagami Jifeng was indeed a master of cooking. He was very familiar with the process of making food. In just half an hour, dinner for the family of 8 was prepared and placed on the table. I'll start eating. Yagami Gale took the lead and performed the etiquette before the meal. The others followed suit and placed their palms together in front of their chests as they spoke in a low voice. Then, everyone chatted as they enjoyed their dinner. How is it? After dinner, on the small platform outside Gale's house, Senyo asked Shammar as he walked out of his room. That person is right. Gale's master's telekinesis core is showing signs of being corroded, and it is still corroding Gale's telekinesis core. It's even corroding Gale's telekinesis core, Shammar said worriedly after finding an excuse to be alone with Gale after dinner. It seems like that person is telling the truth, Senyo sighed softly. Gale is a rare good master. I don't want her to be in danger because of the mistake of the Book of Darkness. So, I've decided to follow that person's instructions and complete the collection of the pages of darkness so that Gale can complete the ownership process of the Book of Darkness, Senyo said firmly to Shammar. Yes. Shammar also nodded with a determined look on his face. Then, the two of them stayed on the small platform for a while longer before returning to the room together. I agree with your suggestion. Accept the collection of the pages of darkness and let Gale complete the ownership process, Senyo said to Sei Ito with his arms crossed. I understand. Sei Ito looked at Senyo and replied. Then, he said, Fady, there's something I need to trouble you with. What is it? Fady looked at Sei Ito curiously. I need to extract some mana from your telekinesis core. Is that okay? Sei Ito said gently. What are you trying to do? Elfie questioned before Fady could reply. I need Fady's mana to save Gale, Sei Ito replied. Save me? Gale repeated as he looked at Sei Ito in confusion. He didn't expect to be involved in this matter. It's like this. Sei Ito nodded and explained why the Book of Night was called the Book of Darkness and what was wrong with the Book of Darkness. So, in order to completely resolve the danger in your body, you have to become the owner of the Book of Darkness and use your authority to restore it to the Book of Night, Sei Ito said. Won't that cause a lot of trouble for others? I feel very good now, and I believe that the thing that Big Brother gave me will be able to keep the Book of Night at bay. So let's just forget about it. Yagami Jifeng shook his head with a smile. As long as it can resolve the problem in your body, it doesn't matter if it causes trouble for others. Don't forget what your Big Brother's job is, Sei Ito said softly as he patted Gale's head. But Yagami Jifeng stuck his tongue out mischievously and hesitated for a moment. No buts, Sei Ito interrupted with a straight face. Big Brother is bullying me, Gale said as he puffed up his cheeks. Is that okay, Fady? Itose ignored Yagami Gale's antics and looked at Fed again, asking in a soft voice. Okay, Fady nodded. Fady, Elsa called out worriedly. It's okay, Elsa. Fady patted Elsa's head and comforted her. Thank you, Fady, for troubling you for my matter, Gale said as he turned to Fady. You're welcome. Aren't we friends? Fady whispered shyly. We are friends, Gale said as he nodded heavily. Let's begin, Ito said to Shyamar and Sinyo. The process will be a little painful. Please bear with it, Shyamar said gently as he walked over to Fady with the Book of Darkness in his hand. It's okay. Let's do it, Fady said as he shook his head. Shyamar didn't hesitate any longer. He used a special spell to force Fady's core of thought out of his body and activated the collection process of the Book of Darkness to absorb the mana in Fady's core of thought. Ugh! Fady groaned in pain as his mana was being absorbed by the Book of Darkness. Fady. Elfie looked like she wanted to rush forward, but was hesitant to interrupt the operation and hurt someone. Her beastly face was full of worry as she called out. Fortunately, the Book of Darkness's collection speed was very fast. In just 1 minute or so, it had collected 90% of the mana in Fet's thought core, reaching the collection limit and ending the collection process. Chapter 11:03. As soon as the mana was collected, Fetty fainted and collapsed on the sofa. Fetty, Elva quickly transformed into her human form and rushed to Fetty's side. When Yagami Jifeng saw this, he hurriedly stretched out his arm and held the unconscious Fei Te in his arms. His right hand gently stroked Fei Te's head. Thank you, Fetty, Yagami Jifeng said. Fetty is fine. She just fainted because of the nucleus of thought. She'll wake up tomorrow, Ito said after checking on Fetty's body. How many pages have you completed? Ito asked Shyamar. Such high mana. She completed 66 pages in one go. Shyamar exclaimed. Not bad indeed. Ito nodded in agreement. Shyamar, you'll be in charge of treating Fetty later. Let's call it a day. We'll start collecting the Book of Darkness after tomorrow. With regards to this suggestion, Sinyo and the others naturally had no reason to object, and they all nodded in agreement. Elfie then reached out to carry Fit and returned to the room with the medical officer, Shyamar. Vita, let's take a shower together, Yagami Jifeng said to Vita with a smile. Okay, Vita replied. The two stood up from the sofa and walked toward the bathroom. Brother, do you want to join us? Yagami Jifeng suddenly stopped and turned around. She looked at Itose with a devilish smile and asked, Jifeng, I don't want to shower with that guy. Before Itose could speak, Vita immediately turned his head and stared fiercely at Itose and said to Gale beside him, What's wrong with that? It'll be more fun if we shower together, Yagami Jifeng said with a smile. No, Vita rejected without hesitation. All right, Jifeng, stop fooling around, Ito said helplessly. Yagami Jifeng chuckled when he saw Ito's helpless expression. He held Vita's hand and continued walking towards the bathroom until they disappeared behind the bathroom door. Ito shrugged. He sat back on the sofa. He took out a magic book and started reading, learning about Mead's magic knowledge and technical documents. Oh, right. Sinyo, do you mind explaining ancient Barakard's magic knowledge to me? Ito suddenly thought of something and looked up at Sinyo. All right. Sinyo nodded in agreement. Our ancient Barakard's magic is... Sinyo started explaining the basics, forms, meanings, precautions, and training requirements of ancient Barakard's magic to Seito. Seito listened as well. He also, as Jifeng, Sorcerous Shammer's magic, as he said, he was sorcery. Of course, it was just listening and memorizing. It didn't take much of Seito's energy. While listening and memorizing, Seito also used part of his mind to compare the ancient Barakard's magic with the Mead's magic and the magic of the main world. He tried to find similarities and differences for future use. Just like that, an hour passed in the blink of an eye as one spoke and the other listened attentively. That's about the basics, Sinyo said. Thank you. Seito nodded and thanked him. He then turned to look at the clock on the wall and said, "It's getting late. You should get some rest." Sinyo nodded and didn't say anything. Seito didn't mind. He put away the book in his hand, stood up, walked around the sofa, and returned to Yagami Gale's bedroom. He took off his clothes, climbed into bed, and hugged the fragrant Yagami Gale to rest. Seito's mind was still filled with knowledge about ancient Barakard's magic. He thought and learned until he thought it was about time to rest. Only then did he adjust his breathing and fall asleep. "Fayette, how are you feeling?" The next morning, Seito came to Fayette's room after a simple shower. He looked at Fayette, who was half sitting on the bed, and asked her, "I'm fine. I just feel a little uneasy because I can't use magic all of a sudden," Fayette replied softly as she looked at Seito, who walked to her bed and sat down. "That's because you've been living in an environment with magic and think magic is a natural power. That's why you feel this way. But this is good too. It'll let you get used to being without magic and train your mind," Seito said with a smile. Fayette replied softly. At this time, Seito slowly raised his arm and reached out to Fayette's forehead under her somewhat puzzled gaze. He stretched out his index finger and tapped it on her forehead. "Calm down and receive the information I'm sending you," Seito said softly. Although she didn't know what Seito was going to do, Fayette still closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing to calm herself down. The moment she calmed down completely, a stream of information gushed into her mind and was deciphered. "Meditation," Fayette muttered subconsciously in her mind. As soon as these three words appeared in her mind, Fayette immediately knew what the message was and focused on receiving it. After a short while, Fayette opened her eyes again and looked at Seito. "Cultivate it well. It can speed up the recovery of her nucleus of thought," Seito said with a smile. "Thank you," Fayette said gratefully. "There's nothing to thank me for." Seito moved his arm up and patted Fayette's head with a smile. Then, when Fayette's face turned red, he stood up and withdrew his arm. "All right, rest well at home today. I'll help you apply for leave from school." "Okay," Fayette replied softly. Seito nodded and turned around to leave Fayette's bedroom. He went to the room that had been converted into a training room and started cultivating with Gale and Sinyo, who were already in the room. As usual, after an hour and a half, they finished their morning training, cleaned up, and prepared breakfast. During breakfast, Seito said to Gale, "Gale, ask Naya to come to the house after school." "Naya too?" Gale asked hesitantly. He understood why Gale wanted to ask Naya to come to the house. Seito nodded. This can speed up the awakening process of the Book of Darkness and reduce the possibility of causing trouble to others. "All right then." Gale nodded in agreement after some consideration. After that, Gale and Seito chatted for a while and finished their breakfast. After saying goodbye to everyone, Gale picked up his backpack and left the house. He then took the bus to Shengxiang Elementary School. During the day when Yagami Gale was not at home, Seito once again asked Sinyo and Shammar about ancient Barakard magic. At noon, he made lunch for Sinyo and the other three, Elfie and Fit, who were still recuperating in bed, so that they wouldn't starve. In the afternoon, he continued to record ancient Baraka's spells. In the interactive entertainment teaching and learning, the day passed quickly. "I'm back." Yagami Gale's light voice sounded in the room. "Sorry to disturb you." Takamachi Naya's voice sounded. "Welcome back, Gale." "Welcome." Sinyo stopped his explanation of magic and stood up to greet Gale. "Hello." Naya, who was meeting Sinyo for the first time, greeted him cautiously. "Naya, let me introduce you. The one who spoke is Sinyo, the one next to him is Zafira, the one over there is Shammar, and the last one is Vita." Yagami Gale led Naya into the room while pointing at Sinyo and the others. When Gale called out their names, Sinyo and the others nodded slightly to greet Naya. "Naya." At this moment, Feet walked out of the room and greeted Naya with a happy face. "Fighter-chan, Elfie," Naya called out to the two. Yagami Gale did not go back to his room to change out of his school uniform. Instead, he sat down with Naya and Fayette and began chatting happily. During this time, Naya was naturally concerned about Naya's physical condition. After hearing that she was completely fine, she let out a sigh of relief and began chatting with Gale and Fayette. Seeing this, Seito walked into the kitchen and replaced Yagami Gale to prepare dinner for everyone. Since Seito was the chef, the dinner was naturally a familiar Chinese dish. I didn't expect Seikuin's cooking to be this good. It's delicious. Naya put some meat into her mouth and exclaimed, "If it's delicious, eat more." Seito smiled. "Then I won't hold back," Naya said embarrassedly. Half an hour later, dinner was finished while Naya, Gale, and Fayette were chatting happily. After chatting for a while, Naya took the initiative to bring up the purpose of her visit to Jifeng family. "Naya-chan," Yagami Gale whispered. "It's okay, Gale. I'm happy to be able to help you," Naya said with a smile. "The process is a little painful. Please bear with it." Sinyo stood in front of Naya with the Book of Night in his hand. "All right," Naya replied with a firm expression. Sinyo did not say anything else. He activated the Book of Night and forced Naya's core of will out of her body. Then he began to absorb the mana from the core of will. Rustle. The pages of the Book of Night Sky flipped quickly, and black words appeared on the originally blank pages. This lasted for about a minute before the shrunken nuclei of will fused back into Naya's body. Chapter 1104. Okay. Click. After Chamar agreed twice in a row, he put the phone back in its original position and cut off the connection with the other party. "All right." Shamar turned around and said to Yagami Jifeng. "Looks like I've caused trouble for Naya," Yagami Jifeng said with a bitter smile. "Don't think too much about it. Naya will feel embarrassed when she wakes up," Seito said as he patted Yagami Jifeng's head. "All right, it's about time for me to do something else," Seito said as he retracted his hand. "Huh? What is Oni-sama going to do?" Yagami Gale, Sinyo, Shamar, Vita, Zafira, and the bored Elfie all looked at Itose in surprise. Among them, Yagami Gale asked, "I'm going to look for some information," Seito said with a smile. "But don't worry, I'll still be staying at home." "Oni-sama, are you going to use that method?" Yagami Jifeng was stunned at first. Then she understood how Itose was going to stay at home. "Yes." Itose nodded and admitted. Then, he made a gesture with one hand. Then, with a soft puff sound, another Itose walked out of the white smoke that quickly dissipated. Seeing another Ito walk out of the smoke, Sinyo, the Wind Riders, and Elfie all widened their eyes in shock. "I'll leave the house to you," Ito said to Sinyo, the Wind Riders, Elfie, and his shadow clone. "We'll make sure Master is safe," Sinyo replied solemnly. Ito nodded and didn't say anything else. After bidding farewell to Yagami Jifeng, he teleported and disappeared before everyone's eyes, appearing in an empty space. Then, Itose activated a bright, white middle-style magic circle under his feet, entered the space-time coordinates, and then disappeared in the light of the magic circle. In the dimensional passage outside the dimensional world where Earth was located, Ito appeared in the huge floating building called the Space-Time Courtyard. A bright white middle-style magic circle appeared, and Ito's figure appeared in the magic circle. Ito then dispelled the magic circle and walked into the Space-Time Courtyard. A few minutes later, Ito arrived at Prija Testarosa's room and walked in without hesitation. "You bastard. Don't you know how to knock on the door before entering?" Hearing the door open, Prija Testarosa said with a displeased expression as she turned to look at the door. To everyone's surprise, Prija Testarosa didn't dress like a villain like before. Instead, she wore a thin purple long-sleeve sweater with a V-neck and a dark blue pleated skirt. Coupled with her slightly meticulously styled long, black-gray hair, it was a sight to behold. She didn't look gloomy anymore. She gave off a very homely vibe. "Well, with our relationship, do I need to?" Seito said with a frivolous shrug as he closed the door and walked toward Prija Testarosa. "I don't remember our relationship reaching this level." Prija Testarosa snorted coldly. "What are you here for this time?" Prija Testarosa asked. Do you know where the Space Administration's headquarters in the dimensional space is? Seito's expression changed slightly. He asked with a serious face. How would I know that place? Prisia Testarossa replied with a frown. You don't know either? I thought you knew a lot about the Space Administration. Seito shook his head in disappointment. I'm not interested in dealing with the people from the Space Administration. Prisia Testarossa said with a disdainful look. Since you don't know where the Space Administration's dimensional space headquarters is, then help me contact Jerry Scalidi. I think this request shouldn't be a problem. Seito looked at Prisia Testarossa with a smile on his face and said softly, Jerry Scalidi was the villain of the third book of Magical Girl Naya, Boss. The reason why Prisia Testarossa knew him was because he was the one who came up with the idea of Project FET. Based on their relationship, the two of them were once collaborators. However, after completing the Fedite project, they realized that the Fedite they created wasn't their own Alicia. The two went their separate ways. One of them transferred her energy to the resurrection technology of the dead and the legendary city of Alia Hazard, while the other continued to study the Fedite project in depth. One of the more famous products, and the final product, was the Holy Princess, Vivio. The next product was one of the members of Mobile Force 6 in the third volume, Elliot Mandier. Prisia Testarossa couldn't help but frown when she heard the name J. Sculietti. I see. After a few seconds of silence, Prisia Testarossa said coldly, Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, please leave my room. Prisia Testarossa looked at Seito coldly and said, So cold. I thought you would become gentle again after Alicia was resurrected. What a pity. Seito sighed, softly with a regretful expression on his face. Prisia Testarossa still maintained her cold look and didn't speak. Seito wasn't annoyed when he saw this. He flipped his hand and took out a gray bobcat from the Magic Cube world and sent it to Prisia Testarossa with psychokinesis. This is a gift for you. Take it and make it into a lich. After that, he ignored Prisia Testarossa, turned around, left her room, and went to the guest room where he lived when he lived in the space-time courtyard. He quietly learned the knowledge of mid-child-style and ancient Baroque-style magic. On the other side, Prisia Testarossa, who had obtained the live links, was stunned at first. Then, she couldn't help but recall the links that died together with Alicia in the accident, as well as the lich that she created from the links. She was responsible for teaching Felicia magic and combat knowledge and taking care of the household chores. Later on, she died in an accident. Thinking of this, Prisia Testarossa's mind moved. She carried the bobcat that was flapping its limbs and meowing in her hand, turned and walked into the compartment at the back of the room and started to make a lich again. Moreover, Felicia Testarossa had made up her mind to name the lynx as well, in order to amuse her daughter, Alicia. As soon as she thought of Alicia's happy look, a gentle look immediately appeared on Prisia Testarossa's face. However, the matter of making a lich was not urgent. The first thing was to contact Sculietti, but after all, the two had not contacted each other for a while. Prisia Testarossa, who was not sure if the contact method she had was still effective, threw the bobcat aside. After imprisoning it with magic, she spent some time to find out Sculietti's contact method. Regardless of whether it was very late now, she launched the mid-child-style magic circle to contact Sculietti. Probably when he contacted Prisia Testarossa, Sculietti had already become a wanted criminal by the Space Administration. So fortunately, Prisia Testarossa's contact was connected. In an instant, the mid-child-style magic circle with purple light in front of Prisia Testarossa flashed. A man with dark brown hair, wearing a white shirt, a tie at the collar, and a coat with a large coat appeared in front of Prisia Testarossa's eyes. He looked very energetic and gave off a sense of evil. It's really unexpected. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to contact me. In the picture, the man named Sculietti said with a smile, and you look so good. Have you resurrected your daughter? At the end of the sentence, Sculietti's eyes flashed with a strong look of interest. These have nothing to do with you. If it weren't for someone's request, I wouldn't bother to contact a lunatic like you. said Prisia Testarossa in a deep voice. Someone who has such great ability to ask our former Grand Magus, Prisia Testarossa, to contact me. Jew, Sculliety asked with interest. You won't know even if I tell you. I'm just helping him contact you. Since this communication method can still find you, I'll give him the contact method later and let him contact you himself, said Prisia Testarossa. All right. I just didn't expect that after I disappeared for so long, someone still knows about me and knows that you can contact me. The source of the other party's information is a bit amazing, Sculliety said with a smile. Prisia Testarossa did not answer. Sculliety did not expect Prisia Testarossa to answer him, so he was not surprised. Instead, he said, Prisia, I've recently encountered a problem in my research. I wonder if you're willing to cooperate with me and help me solve that problem? Sorry, I'm not interested. Prisia Testarossa rejected without hesitation. Is that so? That's a pity. Sculliety was just asking casually and did not have much hope, so he answered nonchalantly. Well then, I still have some things to do, so I won't bother you. Good night, Prisia. Then, Sculliety bowed slightly in a very gentlemanly manner. Prisia Testarossa ignored Sculliety's pretentious act and directly cut off the communication with him. Chapter 1105. P.S. Thank you to Snow Phoenix and Meteor Dance for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX, Nickfany, and 1577478860 for their tips. Note, there's a problem with the electricity at home. I'm not sure if I can finish the third watch in the internet cafe. Above. The next morning, Sei Ito, who had finished his training, went to look for Prisia Testarossa, who was dressed casually. Seeing that it was Sei Ito again, Prisia Testarossa was too lazy to get angry. She threw a piece of cardboard made of magic material at him. This is J. Sculliety's contact information, Prisia Testarossa said coldly. Pa. Sei Ito raised his hand and caught the cardboard. Thanks. Sei Ito took the cardboard in front of his eyes and looked at the magic circle on it. He thanked her frivolously. Humph. Prisia Testarossa snorted and accepted Sei Ito's seemingly insincere thanks. Cluck. Just as Sei Ito put away the cardboard and was about to leave, a soft sound suddenly came from the door and attracted the attention of both of them. In an instant, a young girl, who looked about 5 or 6 years old, with soft golden hair and wearing a beige dress, walked into the room while rubbing her eyes with the back of her hand. Mom. The little girl called out in a timid voice. Alicia. Prisia Testarossa's expression changed when she saw the little girl. She stretched out her arms and strode forward to welcome him while calling out softly with a gentle expression. Soon, Prisia Testarossa hugged Alicia in her arms. Mom, I'm hungry. Feeling the familiar embrace, Alicia raised her head and looked at Felicia Testarossa. She spoke in a sweet voice. Okay. Mom will prepare something for you right away. Prisia Testarossa said gently. Alicia replied with a happy smile. At this time, Alicia finally saw Sei Ito standing not far away. She tilted her head and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Hello, Alicia. Ito Sei waved his arm and said with a smile. Hello. Alicia escaped from Prisia Testrossa's arms and stood up straight. She gently lifted the sides of her dress and bowed in a very ladylike manner. Do you know me? Alicia asked in a soft, doubtful voice after bowing. Of course. Sei Ito smiled. This is Uncle Ito. He's the one who cured Alicia's illness. Prisia Testrosa stood up from his side. He introduced them to Alicia. As for the so-called illness she mentioned, it was the matter of reviving Alicia. The reason why she said that was probably because she didn't want to leave a shadow in the young Alicia. In this regard, Ito Sei also expressed his understanding and nodded without denying it. Is that so? Alicia looked at Prisia Testarossa with a puzzled expression. Then she bowed to Sei Ito and said, Thank you for saving Alicia, Uncle Ito. Uncle is really... Sei Ito shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he flipped his hand, and a furry bunny doll appeared in his hand. Here, this is for you. Do you like it? Seito walked in front of Alicia and squatted down. He handed the bunny doll to Alicia and said. Alicia didn't immediately take the doll. Instead, she turned her head and looked at Prisia Testarossa. She had a questioning look on her face. It seemed that the previous Prisia Testarossa, or Linny's, had taught Alicia well. She wasn't like other naughty children who would rudely reach out to take the gifts. She wasn't as impolite as other naughty children. Since it's a gift from Uncle, take it. Prisia Testarossa gently rubbed Alicia's head and said softly. After getting permission, Alicia turned her gaze back to Ito-sei. She reached out her hands and took the long-eared rabbit into her arms. Thank you, Uncle Ito. Alicia thanked him in a crisp voice. Ito-sei rubbed Alicia's head with a smile and stood up. I'll be leaving first. See you later. Seito looked at Prisia Testarossa and said, Okay. Prisia Testarossa's tone was gentle. She didn't look cold at all. Clearly, this was a disguise to avoid damaging her gentle image in Alicia's memory. She's more pleasing to the eye like this, Ito-sei said as he looked at Prisia Testarossa's gentle face with interest. Prisia Testarossa heard this, and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. Forget it. I'll give you another gift before I leave. Seito shrugged nonchalantly. He took out a youth potion and tossed it to Prisia Testarossa. This is a youth potion. It can restore a woman's appearance to a certain extent. As for how to use it, just apply it on your face. All women cared about their appearance. Even magisters with magic that could delay their youth were the same. After all, everyone wanted to maintain their youth longer. Therefore, a look of surprise flashed across Prisia Testarossa's face. She put away the youth potion without batting an eyelid. Let's go. Seito smiled and called out. Goodbye, Uncle Ito. Alicia said politely. Okay, goodbye, Alicia. A mid-style magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground, and Ito-sei's figure appeared in the middle of a desert. But from the several planets in the sky, it was clear that this wasn't Earth. It was a new dimension. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew past Ito-sei's eyes, stirring up a cloud of dust. Seito turned his hand over. He took out a piece of cardboard with a middle-style magic circle drawn on it, which was given to him by Prisia Testarossa before he left. He gently tossed it, and the piece of cardboard immediately spun in front of Ito-sei's eyes. Then, a middle-style magic circle appeared in front of Ito-sei. Then, the magic circle flashed, and a half-body of a man with purple hair and a somewhat nervous expression appeared in the center of the circle. Dear Scully, Seito asked, but his tone was full of certainty. You're the guy Prisia mentioned who wanted to see me, right? Jer Scully said with a wicked smile. That's right. Seito nodded and then introduced himself. I'm Seito. I have something to ask of you, Mr. Scully. Oh. In the image, Jer Scully's body showed an interested look, waiting for Seito to continue. I know that Mr. Scully has a close relationship with the Space Administration. You must have a way to know the coordinates of the Space Administration's dimensional headquarters, and what I need is the location of those coordinates. Seito looked at Jer Scully in the image presented by the magic circle and said softly, I do have a way to know the coordinates of the Space Administration's dimensional headquarters. But why should I tell you? Jer Scully asked with a wicked smile on his face. More friends means more options. Maybe we'll have the possibility of working together in the future. For example, when you need to collect something. Seito replied softly, but when he mentioned collecting something in the end, the meaning in his words and the expression on his face gave people a meaningful feeling. As the person who spoke directly to him, Jer Scully's feeling was more obvious. Basically, as soon as he said that, he had a feeling that Seito seemed to know something and revealed something. You're right. The more friends we have, the more options we have. Jerry Scully, who had been silently staring at Ito-sei for a while, suddenly smiled. He said straightforwardly, Please wait a moment. We'll contact you in half an hour. By then, I'll inform you of the coordinates of the Space Administration's dimensional headquarters. Jer Scully continued. Okay, I look forward to hearing good news from you. Seito nodded in agreement. Then, both of them stopped talking and tacitly cut off the communication magic. I wonder where Dowell Scully Eddy's research is going now. Sei Ito, who put away the cardboard that had returned to its original state, whispered to himself. Then, he recalled the original plot in his mind while trying to figure out the progress of Dowell Scully Eddy's current research. Is the research and development of the Pioneer and the Resonator in progress? After a while, Sei Ito, who had sorted out the schedule, muttered to himself, I just don't know if the sequence sealer has been developed. However, Sei Ito did not care too much about this. After all, no matter where the progress was, it had nothing to do with him for the time being. He put his thoughts aside and sat down on the warm sand. He took out a magic book and flipped through it to pass the time while waiting. In the whistling of the wind and the fluttering of the pages, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Sei Ito closed the book with one hand, stood up, and flicked the cardboard in his hand out again. After spinning a few times, the familiar middle-style magic array appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. Then, just Scully Eddy's face appeared in the magic array. You're very punctual, Sir Sei Ito. Just Scully Eddy smiled. I've always been punctual, Sei Ito replied calmly. You probably don't want to talk too much nonsense. In that case, please memorize it carefully. After just Scully Eddy reminded him, he reported the spatial coordinates of the Dimensional Space Administration's Dimensional Space Headquarters. Fortunately, Sei Ito's memory was very good. As soon as just Scully Eddy finished reading, Sei Ito memorized the series of coordinates. Thank you. Sei Ito thanked him. You're welcome. I look forward to working with Sir Ito next time. Just Scully Eddy smiled. Chapter 1106. There will be a chance. Sei Ito nodded and said. Then he cut off the magic connection and put away the cardboard that had returned to its original state. It seems that I need to use a few worlds as transit stations. Sei Ito sighed as he activated the dimensional transfer magic array under his feet and entered the coordinates of the dimensional worlds. As soon as he finished speaking, Sei Ito's figure disappeared in the bright white light of the magic array. The next moment, Sei Ito's figure appeared in a new world with the sudden appearance of a mid-style magic array. Immediately afterward, Sei Ito once again activated the dimensional transfer magic array under his feet and disappeared on the spot, heading to the next world. Fortunately, Sei Ito knew that it was very troublesome to reach the Dimensional Space Administration's Dimensional Space Headquarters with the dimensional transfer magic array alone, without any dimensional travel tools. He needed to transit through multiple worlds. Therefore, he had obtained a large number of dimensional world coordinates from Prisia Testroza early on. At the same time, he also recorded the dimensional world coordinates written in the book when he was reading on weekdays. This allowed him to continuously move without stopping and not be afraid of losing his way in the dimensional worlds. In this way, after moving back and forth for about 7 or 8 dimensional worlds, Sei Ito's figure finally appeared in the Dimensional Space Administration's Dimensional Space Headquarters. It was a remote place without any magic barrier protection because it was close to the entrance and exit of the dimensional patrol ships. Sei Ito, who had dispersed the magic array, turned his head and looked around. After roughly determining a direction, he used the transformation spell to change into a staff uniform of the Space Administration and stepped into the Dimensional Space Headquarters. Because it was a relatively remote place, there were not many patrol personnel here, so after Sei Ito walked for a long distance, he did not encounter any real staff of the Space Administration when he was about to enter the corridor with frequent personnel coming and going. However, this was a good thing for Sei Ito. Therefore, he complained a little in his heart about the lack of vigilance of the Space Administration's Dimensional Space Headquarters and continued to go deeper inside very unceremoniously. High-quality update. A few minutes later, Sei Ito finally met a staff member in the authority's uniform. Sei Ito's eyes moved slightly. After confirming that there was no one else around, he suddenly appeared in front of the staff member before he could react. A palm strike landed on the other party's neck. He knocked him out. Then, With a thought, he supported the staff of the administration who had fallen to the ground and entered the Rubik's Cube world together. Plop! Seito threw the staff member to the ground. Then he squatted down next to the staff member, stretched out his hand, and pressed it on the staff member's head, using the Yamanaka family's secret technique to read the staff member's memory. Phew! More than 20 minutes later, Seito withdrew his hand. He exhaled softly from the other party's memories. Seito knew that this person was a staff member of the administration's port logistics department. He was in charge of repairing the dimensional patrol ships. In modern terms, he was a repairman. He didn't know the details of the dimensional headquarters' internal affairs. But even so, he was much better than Seito, who didn't know anything about the dimensional management headquarters. There was a lot of information for him to use. Then, Seito thought to throw him into the prison town and lock him up alone. Then, he flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world and returned to the corridor of the dimensional management headquarters. Seito used the transformation jutsu to change into the appearance of the person he captured. According to the information in the other party's memory, he swaggered toward the logistics department. Along the way, many acquaintances greeted Seito. Seito also returned the greetings one by one according to the habits, actions, tone, and expressions in his memory, so as not to expose himself by mistake. In this way, Seito carefully came to the location of the logistics department and walked straight to the office where the person in charge of the logistics department was located. High-quality update, dang dang dang. Seito reached out and knocked on the door in front of him. Come in. A male voice came from behind the door. Creak. After getting permission, Seito pushed open the door and walked in. In an instant, a middle-aged man wearing a blue Space Administration uniform with a burly figure and short brown hair came into Ito-sei's sight. Reporting, Seito saluted. What's the matter? The middle-aged man looked at Seito and asked calmly. It's like this, Seito said, just as the man's attention was focused on him because of Seito's words. Seito fiercely shot out the mental strength that he had gathered into a needle-like shape when he spoke, piercing into the man's mind through his eyes. Instantly, the man seemed to have been hit by a hammer, and his consciousness went blank. At this time, Seito rushed to the man's side and slapped the back of his neck, knocking him out and making him fall on the desk in front of him. Knowing that there wasn't much time left, Seito quickly ran back to the door and locked it before returning to the man's side. He pressed his palm against the man's head and activated a secret technique to search the man's memories. After 20 minutes, Seito finished reading the man's memories. In the end, he was the head of the logistics department of the port and knew a lot. Not only did he know a lot about the internal situation of the dimensional space headquarters, he even knew one of the objectives of Seito's trip, where the parts of the rainbow cannon were stored. However, it was a pity that this guy didn't have much authority. Moreover, a strategic weapon like the rainbow cannon could only be accessed by the higher-ups. Thus, even if he knew where the parts were stored, Seito couldn't take them. Forget it. Although it's a pity, the goal this time isn't something useless like the parts of the rainbow cannon. I'll go get the book first. Thinking of this, Seito threw away the regret that had just arisen in his heart. He activated his mental strength to hypnotize the man and erase his memory of this meeting. After doing all this, Seito woke the man up. He opened the door and left the office before the other party woke up and walked into the dimensional space headquarters through the passageway. This was because the disguised man was an official staff member of the Space Administration. Although he was a port worker, it didn't stop him from freely entering and exiting the Space Administration. Therefore, Seito couldn't be bothered to attack others. He came up with a new identity and maintained his current disguise as he went deeper. More than 10 minutes later, Seito left the ice-cold port and arrived at the dimensional headquarters that gave off a modern urban feel. There were rich green facilities and a blue and white sky simulated by the natural environment simulation system in the Sky Dome. Then, Seito turned around and rushed straight to the location of the Magic Device Research and Development Department. This time, This identity that was completely unrelated to the magic device research and development department was naturally not useful. Therefore, after arriving at the location of the magic device research and development department, Seito once again attacked a female staff member who was alone and quite easy to attack. He knocked her out and brought her into the magic cube world. With ease, Seito read the memory in the mind of the female staff member. After reading it, Seito also threw the female staff member into the prison town jointly suppressed by Uchiha Yoshiko and Duyuya, then used the transformation jutsu to change into the other party's appearance and return to the dimensional space headquarters. He straightened his clothes and walked towards the office where the management of the Magic Device Research and Development Department was located. After several turns, Seito came to the door of the management's office. This time, he didn't need a knock on the door. As soon as he stood at the door, the steel door in front of Seito automatically opened on both sides, revealing the situation inside the room. Immediately, the back of a woman wearing a white coat with long brown hair and fiddling with something in front of a floating screen appeared in front of Seito's eyes. Hearing the sound of the door, the woman turned her head to look at Seito and asked with a smile on her face, "Lily, what's the matter? The documents you gave me last time have been sorted out. This is the document," Seito said while imitating the tone and movements of the female staff member who was detained by her, while walking in front of the other party and handing over a hard folder with a stack of documents. But just as the other party lowered her head to take the documents, Seito suddenly made a move and knocked her unconscious. Then, he stretched out his hands, supported the other party's body that fell to the ground, and brought her back to the Rubik's Cube world to read the manager's memories. After a long while, Seito, who had finished reading the manager's memories, didn't release her. Instead, he threw her into solitary confinement in Prison Town, just like the other two insignificant staff members. After all, compared to the male staff member who was useless and could at most be recruited as a Magic Foundation teacher, and the female staff member who could create intelligent magic devices, this female manager with the ability to develop, maintain, and research was more valuable. She was a special talent that Seito needed. Then, Seito changed into the appearance of the female staff member, left the Rubik's Cube world, and returned to the office. Standing in front of the still shining particle beam screen, Seito began to operate according to the method in the female manager's memory. Under his operation, a page that required a special permission and password to enter quickly jumped out. Seito entered the female manager's identity and password according to the information in her memory and obtained permission to log into the page. In an instant, a large number of confidential documents appeared in front of Seito's eyes. And these were one of the goals of Seito sneaking into the Space Administration's Dimensional Space Headquarters. At the same time, it was also a preparation for repairing the Book of Night in the future. Chapter 1107. P.S. Writing in internet cafes is so uncomfortable. That's it. Seeing the content displayed on the particle cluster screen, Ito-sei didn't look at it carefully. He quickly found a memory card from the desk drawer next to him according to the memory of the female manager who was imprisoned by him. He inserted it into the port and downloaded all the content displayed on the screen into the memory card. Immediately after, a rectangular loading bar appeared on the screen, and the word "stocking" flashed, indicating its existence. However, the amount of documents to be transferred this time was too large. Even with the system developed using particle technology, it couldn't complete the transfer in a short time. The red loading bar moved forward slowly like a snail. Seeing this, Seito had no choice but to pull out some documents to block the progress bar. While studying the contents of the documents, he patiently waited for the task to be completed. After all, it was the Research and Development Department of the Space Administration. Compared to the development of the Magic Furnace, which specialized in the development of the power system of the spaceship used for dimensional navigation, and later because of Alicia's death, Praxia's knowledge was many times richer. Ito-sei quickly immersed himself in the research. Just as Ito-sei was absorbing the knowledge about the Magitech device, the sound of the door opening could be heard. Then, a woman with short brown hair walked into the room. She was wearing dark brown translucent stockings, a blue uniform skirt, a white blouse, and a white coat. She was holding a stack of papers, which seemed to be documents. Director Karen, the woman greeted. It's you, Mattia. What's the matter? Seito was slightly taken aback when he heard the greeting. He immediately understood that the woman was calling the name of the woman he was disguised as. At the same time, he quickly searched for the identity of the woman in front of him and asked with a smile on his face. What? Review the basics? The woman named Mattia walked to Seito's side and placed the documents in her hand on the table. Then, she looked at the contents displayed on the particle beam screen in front of Seito and smiled. Yes. Seito reached out and picked up the documents. It's done. Because Seito only recorded the memories that were useful for his disguise, he didn't record everything in detail. Therefore, he didn't know what the information Mattia gave him was, so he asked in a tone that didn't sound wrong. Yes, you can take a look if there's no problem. I'll take it directly to the development department. Ask them to make a sample and send it to the armed teaching team of the headquarters for testing. Sure enough, Mattia nodded and said. Upon hearing this, Seito basically understood what this document was about. It was probably the data of the newly developed weaponized magic devices. Otherwise, it would not have involved the HQ's armed training team, which was responsible for training the armed personnel skills and tactics. It was the ground department that tested magical devices. Something worth mentioning was, this department was the department that Naha Takamachi and Vita worked in later. Seito, who was curious about the contents of the document, carefully flipped through the document. Soon, Seito saw the design data of the special equipment of the ground magic shooter armed forces. Sure, no problem. Let the comrades in the development department make it. After a while, Seito finished reading the document and nodded seriously. He handed the document back to Mattia and said with a smile, Okay, I'll give it to them. Mattia nodded and smiled after receiving the document. Okay, I won't disturb you from reviewing the basics. I'll take my leave first. Mattia said again. Okay. Seito nodded and watched Mattia leave his office and disappear behind the closed door. Seito, who was now alone, once again immersed himself in learning how to make magic devices. After that, the staff of the other magic device R&D department came to the office one after another to report to Seito or ask for instructions. However, Seito dealt with them one by one. Just like that, an hour later, with a soft beep sound, all of the confidential information was finally downloaded into the memory. Afterward, Ito-sei used the system to pull up a batch of information about magic devices, from basic to advanced, and transferred it into the storage device. After that, he unplugged the storage device and carefully put it away. He then got up and walked out of the room, heading to the location of another target. More than 10 minutes later, Seito, who was disguised as Karen, arrived at the storage place of the confidential information. Director Karen, what brings you here? As soon as he entered the door, a young short-haired woman in a blue uniform sat behind a counter and greeted him. I'm here to check some information. Seito replied with a smile as he walked toward the counter. Oh, what do you want to check? The woman asked. It's about. At this point, Seito abruptly released his spiritual force into the woman's mind and used hypnotism to modify her current memories. Because it was her current memories, there were very few places that needed to be modified. Thus, the two of them only needed to cross paths for Seito to finish modifying her memories. She was successfully exempted from the registration and other procedures and directly entered the storage room. The data storage room was very large, just like the British Library. It was filled with densely packed documents. If one didn't have any skills, it would be absolutely impossible to find what one wanted in here. Fortunately, to facilitate the search, there was a data query machine set up next to the file cabinet to help the staff here. Seito walked up to the query machine and started operating it. Rainbow Cannon. Ito used the Mead language to enter what he wanted to find in the search bar on the screen of the inquiry machine. Reading, the screen displayed Mead script, which was almost identical to English reading. The text flashed for 4 to 5 seconds, and the screen immediately changed, displaying a list of documents and the location of the documents. Ito carefully memorized all the documents related to the rainbow cannon that were displayed on the screen. Ito then removed the search bar and went to the locations that he had memorized. He looked through them one by one. The theory behind the rainbow cannon. Soon, the first classified document about the rainbow cannon appeared in Ito's hands. After flipping through it twice and confirming that the contents were true, Ito put the document away and turned to the next target. Rainbow cannon. Ito looked through the new document again before putting it away. However, from now on, Ito was too lazy to check the contents of the documents one by one. He would only look through the documents if the names of the documents were particularly interesting to him. Otherwise, he would just throw them into the Rubik's Cube without even looking at them. After a short while, Ito took all the documents about the rainbow light cannon that were stored in the secret document depository and put them all into the magic cube world. This even included the documents related to the manufacturing technology of the rainbow cannon. In other words, as long as Ito was willing and had the manufacturing technology, Ito could make a rainbow cannon by himself. He returned to the inquiry desk and searched for information related to the rainbow cannon. After confirming that there was nothing left out, Ito once again searched for information related to the manufacturing technology of the dimensional ship. Another half an hour passed in this manner. He collected all the information related to the dimensional ship. After confirming that there was nothing left out, Ito happily turned around and walked out. "I'm leaving first. Take your time," Ito called out to the female staff member when he passed by her. "Be careful." The female staff member smiled. "Now, there's only one place left." Ito walked out of the confidential document storage and stopped at the door for a moment. He looked up at the sky created by the natural environment simulation system and exhaled softly. Then he turned around and moved toward the location of the last target of this infiltration. However, it had to be said that the disguise of the director of the Magic Device Research and Manufacturing Department was very good. Basically, in the dimensional space headquarters of the Space Administration, other than the headquarters or some special departments, this identity could enter without any hindrance. It saved Ito a lot of trouble. After a simple greeting to the management staff, Ito successfully entered the most useless but most important place in the Dimensional Space Administration's headquarters, the Infinite Library. The so-called Infinite Library was a place that stored historical documents, scientific and technological information, cultural information from the old era since the establishment of the Space Administration, as well as all the collected historical documents, scientific and magical information, and cultural information from the world under the administration of the administration. Although I knew it was big when I watched the anime, I didn't expect it to be this big. Looking at the space in front of him that was nearly 100 meters wide, the top and bottom were completely visible. The surrounding walls were piled with all kinds of large books comparable to English-Chinese dictionaries, and the empty space in the middle was supported by dozens of crisscrossing pillars. Ito couldn't help but sigh softly. From the perspective of the dimensional space, this is probably the longest end of the dimensional space headquarters that runs from top to bottom. Then, Ito recalled the shape of the dimensional space headquarters and thought. Of course, this had nothing to do with what he wanted to do, so he didn't bother to think too much about it. He then jumped off the platform and fell toward the darkness at the bottom. I forgot that this is a gravity-free environment. Seeing that his falling speed was extremely slow, Ito smiled and then used psychokinesis to wrap his body and fly downward at a rapid speed. Whoosh! The whistling sound of the wind instantly rang in Ito's ears. This flight took half a day before Ito finally landed at the bottom of the Infinite Library and let his feet touch the ground again. "Start collecting." With a slight sigh, Ito's mind moved and opened the entrance of the Rubik's Cube world. At the same time, he used psychokinesis to disperse into nearly 100 tentacles that flew toward the bookshelves next to him, lifting the books from the bookshelves and throwing them into the Rubik's Cube world. In fact, Sei Ito wanted to swallow the bookshelves directly like he did in the past, but because the outer wall of the bookshelves was directly connected to the dimensional space, if he swallowed it directly, it was likely to break the outer wall of the administration's headquarters and cause the books to scatter. So he had to use these tentacles to manually collect the books. However, although this speed was not slow, it was still a lot slower than swallowing the books directly. With the storage capacity of the infinite library, Sei Ito really didn't know how long it would take to collect all the books here. Fortunately, he didn't have anything to rush recently and had plenty of time to deal with this matter. Just like that, Sei Ito concentrated on plundering the books in the infinite library, and 3 days passed unknowingly in this plundering process. Due to the inexplicable disappearance of Sei Ito's disguise as the director of the Magic Device Development and Manufacturing Department, it finally aroused the vigilance of the higher-ups of the administration, who ordered the security department to launch an investigation. Naturally, they soon found out about the disappearance of the Rainbow Cannon and the dimensional ship manufacturing technology, two technologies that were enough to shake the foundation of the Space Administration. This attracted the attention of the Space Administration even more, and they ordered to strictly track down Director Karen's whereabouts. Under such strict orders, they quickly found the last place where Sei Ito's disguise as the director disappeared: the Infinite Library. A large number of armed members of the administration armed with standard magic devices appeared inside the Infinite Library. Is this the place? Are you sure she hasn't left? One of the middle-aged men who seemed to be the leader of the group asked the staff member beside him with a serious expression. Yes, the surveillance cameras here have always been on, and there are no signs of her leaving. The staff member replied nervously. Are you sure? The middle-aged man asked. I'm sure. The staff member replied with certainty. Everyone split into 2 teams and search. The middle-aged man ordered the armed members behind him. Yes, sir. The armed members replied in unison. Then, the armed members behind the middle-aged man spontaneously split into 2 equal teams and rushed into the Infinite Library, searching the top and bottom of the library. In a place like the Infinite Library, even Sei Ito had to fly for a long time before reaching the bottom with the support of psychokinesis. This group of armed members who were basically ground troops and didn't have many flying skills were even slower. It took them almost half a day to reach Sei Ito's current location. Leader, look. At this time, a sharp-eyed armed personnel pointed at the location of the books that were flying into the dark cave and said loudly, Everyone, pay attention. Switch the magic devices to standby mode and compress the magic. Let's go. The leader ordered in a serious voice. Yes, sir. The other members replied in unison. In such a spacious place, their voices quickly reached Sei Ito's ears and attracted his attention. TSK, looks like I'll have to put in some effort, Sei Ito said softly as he looked up at the armed members of the administration flying towards him. Chapter 1108. P.S. Thank you to Snow Phoenix and Meteor Dance for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfinny for their tips. The person in front, your current actions have violated the laws of the agency. We will arrest you for espionage. Immediately stop stealing and disarm. Otherwise, we will arrest you by force, depending on the situation. When the armed team leader was less than 5 meters away from Sei Ito, he raised the standard magic device in his hand and pointed the front end at Sei Ito. When Sei Ito heard this, he obediently listened to his current actions and gently raised his hands to show that he had given up resisting. In an instant, the books that were no longer held by the psychic tentacles quickly flew forward due to inertia. Almost in the blink of an eye, they piled up between Sei Ito and the armed team members. At this time, Sei Ito suddenly disappeared from the spot and reappeared in the middle of the armed team members. His hands turned into several phantoms, and almost at the same time, he attacked the armed team members around him. In an instant, a series of explosions sounded. The self-defense of the armed team members was easily broken by Sei Ito's attacks, and the remaining attacks landed on them. Then, Sei Ito's mental power spread out, and an area of effect illusion fell on the armed team members who were distracted by the attacks. Sei Ito's illusion, created by Sei Ito, made them fall into the illusion environment created by Sei Ito. In the real world outside, Sei Ito appeared in front of the armed team members one by one. He used hypnosis and mental sensing abilities to modify their memories. In less than 5 minutes, the consciousness and memories of the armed squad members that fell into his hands were completely altered. Is he on top? The armed team leader recovered from his daze and looked around. Even when his eyes swept past Sei Ito, he did not show any abnormality. He frowned and muttered to himself with a puzzled expression. "Jess, ask about the situation of the second team." The armed team leader turned to a male member and ordered. "Yes." The male member received the order and then used the magic device in his hand as a relay to contact the team that was searching the infinite library. He asked about the situation. "There's nothing in my area." It was probably a member of the second team's voice that echoed in the quiet infinite library. How could there be nothing? The man who was the captain looked around again. He frowned and muttered to himself. Could it be that the spy used some method to make it look like he was still here, and he had already sneaked out of here? A female member guessed. "Jess, contact the people in charge of the stacks above." The others split into groups of 2. Spread out and search. The captain pondered for a moment. The captain's voice. "Yes." The other team members accepted the order and left the liaison team member named Jace and the captain whose eyes were wandering around in the same place. The rest of the team members dispersed in the form of 2 people. They searched the infinite library from all angles and tried their best not to leave any blind spots. If it was under normal circumstances, the enemy who did not have any special camouflage would definitely be exposed. Unfortunately, the consciousness of these outstanding members was not in a normal state. They were all under the control of the illusion created by Sei Ito. They completely ignored the books floating in the air and Sei Ito, who was standing beside the captain. How could they find the criminal? Therefore, after searching for 10 minutes, they could only regretfully announce that they did not find any trace of the enemy. "Let's go up." After hearing the report, the captain gritted his teeth and ordered. He then turned around and used his clumsy flying skill to move towards the middle of the infinite book pants that was connected to the outside world. The other members saw this and quickly used their clumsy flying skills to chase after him. It could be seen that magic shooters who could fly well were a minority in the Space Administration and were envied by many armed members. After sending away this group of armed members, Sei Ito once again released his psychic tentacles to grab the books around him. One by one, they formed a book dragon and were thrown into the dark hole in front of him. After this search, they probably thought that the criminal was no longer in the infinite library. Therefore, no armed members came to search. In addition, if it was not a particularly troublesome matter, the staff of the Space Administration would not come to the infinite library to check the information. Naturally, no one would disturb Sei Ito and let him do his job as a book thief. After 2 days, the sleepless Sei Ito finally transferred all the books stored below the middle section of the infinite library into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, Sei Ito's figure flashed and used instant transmission to directly move from the middle section of the infinite library to the upper section of the infinite library and moved again. Phew, it's finally done. A week later, Sei Ito, who was disguised as another staff member of the Space Administration's dimensional headquarters, slowly walked toward the weak point of the enchantment barrier when he sneaked into the Space Administration while smiling in his heart. The reason why it took a week instead of the 5 days he originally expected to complete the transfer of all the books in the upper and middle sections of the Infinite Library was mainly because he wasted time on the management of the Infinite Library. Not only did Sei Ito need to hypnotize the current management personnel, but he also needed some time to modify the management system of the Infinite Library. Then, he had to modify the memories of the staff of the Space Administration who came to check the information. Because of this, it exceeded his expectations. Seito returned to the port area with ease. He did not know if it was because of his invasion this time, but the security in the port had been greatly increased. Every now and then, he would discover armed personnel holding magic devices guarding the originally weak spots. He could even sense powerful magical ripples from those spots. Clearly, the guards were only on the surface. The Real security was still the newly set up magic alert barrier. TSK. It seems that I need to finish this quickly. Seito, who discovered this situation, pretended as if nothing had happened and walked toward the depths of the port. He secretly said in his heart. Then, when he reached the corner of a passage, Seito turned and rushed into a corridor that was basically empty and walked toward the landing point. Stop! Just when Seito was a distance away from there, a stern shout came from the front. Seito couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the armed personnel guarding here. He directly rushed in front of the person and punched him in the chest. The guard, who only had a self-defense barrier and at most a protective suit to reduce the damage taken, was immediately sent flying by Seito's punch. But just as the guard flew into the air, his figure suddenly disappeared in midair. Bang! 1 foot on the ground. Seito, who was rapidly retreating, heavily kicked the guard that he had blocked halfway with Blink. He teleported to the guard behind him. This time, the guard, who didn't have a self-defense barrier, his protective suit was severely damaged, and he was already heavily injured from the punch, immediately had his sternum crushed by the heavy kick. He died on the spot. Seito's mind moved. He sent the guard's corpse, whose life force was quickly draining away, into the Rubik's Cube world and turned it into particles to nourish the space. He quickly flashed into the weak spot of the other guard. Space reinforcement barrier, space drive barrier, alarm barrier, camouflage barrier. You put in a lot of effort. Seito carefully looked around and chuckled. But forget it. I'm going to leave anyway, so I'll just touch the barrier. Thinking of this, Seito didn't hesitate and directly exploded the energy in his body to form an energy attack. The alarm barrier, which could interfere with dimensional transference magic, reinforced the density of the surrounding space, connect to the authority security system, and immediately sound an alarm after being attacked and triggered. The camouflage barrier, which was used to camouflage the first 3 barriers and conceal some magical fluctuations, were all shattered. Alarm! In an instant, urgent alarms immediately sounded in the entire port area. At the same time, not far from where Seito was, several magic power grids quickly appeared in the passage, isolating the area where Seito was. Swish! At the same time, a middle-style magic array emitting a bright white light appeared under Seito's feet and slowly rotated. Seito quickly finished chanting the magic incantation and entered the coordinates of the world he wanted to transfer into the magic array. Then, along with the bright white light of the magic array, he disappeared from the dimensional headquarters of the Space Administration together with the magic array. In a world with beautiful scenery, Seito's figure instantly appeared in a middle-style magic array that was slowly rotating. Excluding the less than 2 seconds of paralysis, Seito didn't choose a direction and directly left the place as fast as he could. He kept using teleportation, transference magic, interference barrier, telekinesis flight, and many other means to obscure his whereabouts. After all, he now used the dimensional transference magic array to arrive in this world after triggering the security system of the dimensional headquarters of the Space Administration. If he didn't do so, it was likely that the Space Administration would lock onto his space-time coordinates and directly send their ace combat force to chase after him. At that time, although he wouldn't die, it would still be very troublesome. And with the current tricks, even if the Space Administration had the ability to lock onto his movement coordinates, the subsequent transfer would interfere with the search, and the possible pursuit would be aborted. After transferring more than 10 times in a row, Seito chose a new open space and opened the dimensional transference magic array. He then chanted the incantation and entered the coordinates and transferred to the next world. Then, after a little interference in that world, He quickly rushed back to the space-time courtyard without stopping. After a long while, with a middle-style magic array that suddenly appeared in the space-time courtyard, Seito's figure appeared in the space-time courtyard. Seito, who didn't stop outside, went straight to the room where Prisia Testroza was. Creak! In the strange sound, Seito opened the door of Prisia Testroza's room. Uncle Ito. Hearing the sound of the door, Alicia, who was chatting with Prisia Testroza in the room, turned her head and looked at the door. After seeing Seito walk into the room, she politely greeted him. "Hello, Alicia. Here, this is a gift for you." Seito smiled. After saying that, he turned his wrist and a pair of small crystal headwear appeared in his hand. He walked in front of Alicia and handed the crystal headwear to her. "Thank you, Uncle Ito." Alicia turned her head and looked at Prisia Testroza, whose face was a little stiff. After the latter nodded in approval, she reached out and thanked Alicia for the crystal headwear. At this time, Prisia Testroza raised her voice and said, "Linus, take Alicia to the back to play." As soon as she finished speaking, a young woman with a slim figure walked into the room. She was wearing a beige one-piece dress with 2 sleeves, a neckline, and a dark brown skirt. She had light brown short hair and a beige cap that looked like a nurse's cap on her head. She put her hands on her lower abdomen and bowed to Prisia Testroza in a dignified manner. Then, she took Alicia and left the room through the corridor and disappeared into the shadows of the corridor. "What's the matter?" As soon as Alicia left, Prisia Testroza's expression quickly turned cold as she asked. "A while ago, because Alicia had just been revived, I didn't give you any tasks. I wanted you to accompany Alicia to relieve the pain of lovesickness." Seito looked at Prisia Testroza and said softly, "It's been more than half a month since Alicia's resurrection. I think it's time to arrange some work for you." Hearing this, Prisia Testroza couldn't help but frown. However, she wasn't the kind of person who didn't keep her word. Not to mention, there was still a contract binding her, so she just frowned and didn't deny it or do anything else. "What do you want me to do?" Prisia Testroza asked in a deep voice. "I need your magical knowledge to help me develop a system that can directly simulate the real data of the human body," Seito said in a soft voice. Prisia Testroza looked at Seito in surprise. She had originally thought that the person who had paid such a huge price to recruit her would definitely want her to do something that was not simple. The only technology in her hands that could catch the eye of the other party was the artificial Magus Project FET and the development of the magic drive furnace system that she had originally specialized in. Both of these were terrifying technologies that could be used in the military and allow certain people to achieve a certain level of ambition. However, she didn't expect that she would have to use her knowledge of magic to develop a somatosensory system. This was far from what she had expected, and any thoughts of bargaining she had in her heart instantly vanished. Chapter 1109. "Are you sure?" Prisia Testroza asked with a doubtful look. She was sure that Rode really wanted her to carry out this mission and not be responsible for the creation of artificial magisters or the research of magicite drive furnace. "That's it for now. As for the future, we'll see what I need at that time." Seito nodded with a smile. "Understand." Prisia Testroza still had some doubts in her heart, but she didn't show any emotions on her face. "Since you're responsible for a project, the space-time courtyard is naturally not suitable for living, and the environment isn't suitable for Alicia's growth, so I plan to transfer you to my world." Seito looked at Prisia Testroza and suggested. Prisia Testroza frowned and turned to look at the cold environment of the space-time courtyard. She found that it was indeed not suitable for Alicia's healthy growth, so she couldn't help but nod slightly in agreement. "Well, I'll transfer you to my world." Seito smiled when he saw Prisia Testroza agree. Prisia Testroza, who felt that Seito's words had some other meaning, frowned slightly and looked at Seito with some doubts. "You'll understand later." Seito smiled and said mysteriously. Then, with a thought, a pitch-black hole instantly appeared at the top of the space-time courtyard that looked like a demon king's castle. It rapidly expanded outward while devouring the entire space-time courtyard. Therefore, the space-time courtyard was located in a high-dimensional space channel, and the devouring began from the outside. Prisia Testarossa, who was inside, didn't feel anything strange at all. She quietly stayed in place and was in a deadlock with Sei-Ito. Okay. After a moment of stalemate, Sei-Ito suddenly spoke. And corresponding to this sentence, the space-time courtyard that was originally suspended in the high-dimensional space channel had completely disappeared from the channel and appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. What do you mean? Prisia Testarossa frowned and asked. It's nothing. I just transferred the entire space-time courtyard into my world. Ito-sei's face showed an expression as if he had done a trivial thing and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, a purple magical radiance emanated from Prisia Testrossa's hand. Then, a magic wand that was about half the length of her body appeared in her hand. The tip of the magic wand wasn't golden in color and looked like a huge purple eyeball. She gently tapped the bottom of the magic wand on the ground, Prisia Testrossa's hand. Instantly, a transparent shockwave spread out in all directions from the point where the magic staff struck. A particle beam screen about 17 or 18 inches in size immediately appeared in front of Prisia Testrossa, displaying the spatial situation outside the space-time courtyard. At this time, the image on the particle beam screen was pitch black. It was no longer the image of the dimensional space passage that looked like a mixture of various oil paints. Your world. After confirming that they had arrived at an unfamiliar place in the space-time courtyard, Sei-Ito's eyes flashed, and she asked Sei-Ito in a solemn voice. Yes, my world. Sei-Ito admitted with a smile. Hearing Sei-Ito's confirmation, Prisia Testrossa gave Sei-Ito a deep look. She canceled the particle beam screen in front of her one by one. She didn't say anything. Choose a place. I will install the portal in my world for you. Sei-Ito smiled and said. At the same time, his arm moved. A wooden door with a door frame appeared beside Sei-Ito and was supported by his arm. Let's go there. Prisia Testrossa pointed to the wall on the side and said. Sei-Ito looked in the direction of Prisia Testrossa's finger and nodded. He wrapped the door next to him with psychokinesis and walked toward the wall pointed by Prisia with the door. After arriving in front of the wall, Sei-Ito launched his instant transmission ability and directly embedded the door into the wall. He activated the complex array that combined the Flying Thunder God Technique Space Array, instant transmission ability, energy conversion array, and other technologies to connect the door to more than a dozen teleportation portals in an ecological city on the Rubik's Cube continent. Let's go. I will show you my world first. Sei-Ito, who had installed the portal, turned to look at Prisia Testrossa and said. Prisia Testrossa naturally wouldn't refuse to understand the situation of this world. She nodded slightly and then disappeared from the space-time courtyard with Sei-Ito's ability and appeared in the ecological city on the Rubik's Cube continent. Under the guidance of Sei-Ito, who had turned into a tour guide, they strolled around the city. At the same time, they carefully understood the cultural environment of the city. After more than an hour, Prisia Testrossa, who had a general understanding of the environment, was brought to the Babel headquarters in the Academy City by Sei-Ito's ability. They found the three people who were working in the Special Independent Laboratory, Fushu Testrossa, Haruki Kimiyama, and Yoshikawa Kikyo. Sei-Ito first introduced Prisia Testrossa, Fushu Testrossa, Haruki Kimiyama, Yoshikawa Kikyo, and Erica Simmons and Celine, whom he called from the big laboratory, to each other. Then, he told them the purpose of gathering them this time. All in all, you just want to make an online game that can reflect the data of the human body, including superpowers, martial arts, and ninjutsu. Except for the platform and some auxiliary systems, everything is simulated. Am I right? Fushu Testrossa, who was wearing a white coat, raised her hand and gently pushed the frame of the glasses on her face, and concluded in a low voice. Yes. Sei-Ito nodded and admitted. In that case, we will probably have to redesign a quantum computer, Erica said softly. It does need to be redesigned. After all, it has to be used as the main control and transit center of the fantasy Matari network, and it has to be designed to look like a magic conductor, Seito said with a smile. So I will have to trouble you. Except for Erica and Celine, who had obvious movements, the others didn't say anything, but since they didn't say anything, it meant that they tacitly agreed with this fact. In addition, if you encounter any problems with the network connection, you can also mobilize some hypnotizers, psychic induction, electromagnetic control, or discharge ability from Babel to help. I think there may be unexpected gains. Then, Ito suggested again. After that, Ito talked to a few more people, and then returned to the space-time courtyard with Testroza. You have seen the environment, and I have also told you how to use the portal. If you're afraid that Alicia will be lonely, send her to a school in the city or the academy city. After all, it is better for children to be with their peers more often. Ito looked at Testroza and said, it was necessary to talk about Alicia's situation. Compared to the excellent lightning magic talent inherited from Testroza, which was cloned from Alicia's cells, Alicia was born with no magic talent, which was the nucleus of thought. In the world of magical girls, she could only be an ordinary person, unable to learn any magic. This was one of the reasons why Testroza hated Felicia. In her mind, the yellow lightning on Felicia's body was exactly the same as the light that took away her daughter's name. She couldn't bear to see Felicia, who was emitting a dazzling light, in front of her. I will think about it, Testroza replied calmly. This is a meditation technique that all magicians in other worlds must learn. Teach it to Alicia when you are free. Ito then took out a small booklet and handed it to Testroza. Although it is not like the nucleus of thought, where you can quickly become a magic shooter with a magic device and a little training, it requires a long time of practice to become an expert. However, this kind of ability that is obtained through practice does not rely on magic devices and has a great future. In Alicia's case, it is not impossible for her to awaken the nucleus of thought. Thank you. Testroza took the booklet in silence for a few seconds and thanked him sincerely. It is nothing. After all, we will be a family in the future. Helping you is the same as helping myself. Ito shrugged. All right, I have something to do. I will leave first. See you later. After saying that, Ito's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Testroza's eyes. Then, he reappeared in the high-dimensional space channel wrapped in psychokinesis. What a strong pulling force. Ito's expression changed slightly as he suddenly felt a strong tearing force approaching him. Even the telekinetic barrier was a little shaky. Then, he didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly made several casting gestures with both hands and unfolded a powerful middle-style magic barrier around him. Then, Ito, who was temporarily free from the pulling force of the space channel, activated the middle-style magic formation used for dimensional transfer. He entered the spatial coordinates of Hyaming City on Earth and activated the magic formation to disappear into the dimensional channel. As soon as he returned to Hyaming City, Ito immediately released the shadow clone that he had left beside Yagami Gale and learned about what had happened during his absence from the clone's memories. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Whether it was Naya, who was protected by Ito, or Yagami Gale, who was protected by the Wind Cloud Knight, Fetty, and Elf, they did not encounter any trouble. Their lives were very peaceful. I think this peace is probably due to the Wind Cloud Knight's search for the nucleus of thought all over the world. Ito thought to himself as he finished browsing through the information. Chapter 11:10. Oni-sama, you're back. Yagami Jifeng called out to Ito happily when he saw him. Before Ito's shadow clone disappeared, he purposely left a main body is back notification to prevent Yagami Jifeng from worrying. That's how Yagami Jifeng knew that the Ito who suddenly appeared in the room was the real Ito her Oni-sama. Welcome back. Fetty stood up and looked at Sei Ito with a blushing face. I'm back. Sei Ito smiled at Yagami Jifeng and Fetty and opened his arms as if he was waiting for a hug. Seeing Ito Sei's action, Yagami Jifeng immediately rushed into his arms without hesitation and wrapped his arms tightly around Ito Sei's waist. On the other hand, Ito Sei put one hand on Yagami Gale's shoulder and looked at a shy fit. Fight-chan, Yagami Jifeng said with a smile, as if he was watching a good show. Fetty, ignore that guy. Elfie, who had transformed into a large red hound, glared at Sei Ito and said. Fit looked at Elv beside her, then at Itosei, who was holding Yagami Gale in his arms. Itosei looked at her with a conflicted expression, not knowing what to do. Sei Ito and Yagami Jifeng didn't say anything. They just stood there and looked at Fetty with a smile, waiting for her to make a decision. I'm going back to my room first, Fetty said softly after a while. She couldn't stand the shyness in her heart anymore. She then turned around and ran towards the room she was staying in. Elf snorted coldly and chased after Fayette. Fight-chan is really shy, Yagami Jifeng said with a smile as he watched Fetty run away. Do you think that everyone is as thick-skinned as you? Ito Sei, who had his arms around Yagami Storm's back, lowered his head and teased Yagami Storm. Oni-sama, you only know how to bully me. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Yagami Jifeng pretended to be angry and puffed up his cheeks. He turned his head to the side and closed his eyes. Sei Ito chuckled and rubbed Yagami Jifeng's head until she slapped Sei Ito's hands away unhappily. She then ran to the side and tidied her hair. Then, Ito Sei walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. He picked up a book on magic devices and started flipping through it. He planned to focus on the creation, maintenance, protection, and research of magic devices from now on. He hoped that after the Book of Night finished collecting mana, he would be able to create a new magic device. He had enough power to repair the Book of Night Sky according to his wishes. That was it. Sei Ito immersed himself in the book. Yagami Jifeng saw Sei Ito's performance. Yagami Jifeng immediately swallowed the words he wanted to say and slowed down his movements to reduce the noise. He did not want to disturb Sei Ito's interest in reading. Bang! More than 10 minutes later. Along with a muffled sound, a beautiful woman with short blonde hair, wearing a white pleated skirt and a dark blue round-neck blouse, walked into the room with a plastic bag filled with various ingredients. Welcome back. Hearing the door open, Yagami Jifeng quickly walked to the entrance and took the plastic bag from Shyamar's hand with a smile. I'm back, Shyamar replied. She then took off her shoes at the entrance and walked to the kitchen with Yagami Jifeng. By the way, Shyamar, how many pages of the Book of Night have you completed? Sei Ito, who had been reading with his head lowered, suddenly asked. Due to the presence of Felicia and Elv, as well as the shadow clone Sei Ito, the Wind Rider did not leave Zafira at home to protect Yagami Jifeng. Instead, he left with Sinyo and Vita to go to other worlds to collect the nuclei of telekinesis. More than 230 pages have been completed. Shyamar, who was wearing a cloth apron in front of her, paused for a moment before replying. More than 230 pages. Sei Ito nodded slightly and repeated softly. He then ignored the confused Shyamar and focused on reading the book in his hand. Needless to say, the books of the magical hair girl in Naya's world were worth reading. Not only did the content contain a lot of information, but there were also a lot of pages. Each book was the size and thickness of a Shinwa dictionary. Even Sei Ito, who had a photographic memory, needed some time to finish reading a book. He had to think and study at the same time. When he finished 3/4 of the book, it was time for dinner. Sei Ito closed the book in his hand, got up, and walked to the dining table. He sat down with Felicia, Shyamar, and Yagami Jifeng, who had calmed down. After reciting the pre-meal etiquette, they picked up their bowls and chopsticks and began to enjoy the meal. Of course, Elv naturally had her share of the meal. However, she was still in her beast form, so Yagami Jifeng placed a plastic bowl of food in front of her for her to eat. Sinyo, Vita-chan, and Zafira can't make it back in time again? Yagami Jifeng said softly as he looked at the two empty seats at the table. The world they went back to is a little far away, so they couldn't make it back on time. I'm sorry, Jifeng. Shamar on the side apologized with a guilty look. And it's okay. I'm the one who should apologize. If it weren't for me, Sinyo and the others wouldn't have to work so hard. Yagami Jifeng shook his head slightly and comforted Shamar with a smile. Don't say that. That's what we Guardian Knights should do. Shamar said hurriedly. Okay, let's eat first. The next time I go out to collect, I will send a shadow clone to follow them. That way, they won't have to worry about not being able to come back on time for dinner. Seeing that the two still wanted to comfort each other, Sei Ito quickly said, and let's eat first. Yagami Jifeng smiled. Then a man, 3 women, and a lich chatted while happily eating the food in front of them. After about half an hour, they finished eating. Then Shamar went into the kitchen to wash the dishes. Jifeng and Fady ran into the house to do their homework. Seito returned to the sofa to continue studying with his big book. Elfie closed her eyes and took a nap. As a result, the whole room immediately became quiet. Only the sound of the kitchen tap echoed in the room. After more than 2 hours, Vita, Sinyo, and Zafira, who looked exhausted, returned home. Jifeng, who had already done his homework, was naturally concerned when he saw the 3 of them. He ordered them to wash up quickly and made sure they were resting before returning to his bedroom to rest. The next day, there was a morning exercise in the morning. After washing up and eating, Yagami Jifeng and Fady walked out of the house together and rushed to the nearby bus stop to take a bus to school. Puff! When only the Wind Rider and Elfie were left in the house, a soft sound suddenly sounded in the room. Then, 3 new Sei Ito appeared in the room. From today onwards, I will send my shadow clones to follow you. Sei Ito looked at Sinyo, Vita, and Zafira and said, What for? Vita asked unhappily. Of course, it's to help you increase the efficiency of collecting pages and remind you to come back early for dinner with Jifeng. Sei Ito, who didn't take Vita's dissatisfaction to heart, chuckled. I believe Shamar has already told you about the conversation that happened during dinner last night. Sei Ito then turned to Sinyo and asked. Yes. Sinyo admitted without hesitation. Vita, let's do as he said. From now on, each of us will act with a shadow clone. Sinyo, who was very understanding, turned to Vita and said, I understand. Vita was a little annoyed. If you drag us down, I won't lock you up. Vita looked at Sei Ito's real body and warned. As you wish. Sei Ito smiled. After that, Sinyo, Vita, and Zafira had a brief discussion. They took the mana-loaded grenades that Shamar had brought from the room, and each of them took one of Ito Sei's shadow clones with them. They cast Baruka's dimensional transfer spell and disappeared from the courtyard of the Stormwind residence. Shamar then returned to his room and used his mana to create the mana-loaded bullets. Sei Ito continued to read like a nerd, while Elfie yawned in boredom. She lay in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and leisurely basked in the sun. On the other hand, Sei Ito's shadow clones appeared in 3 different worlds with Sinyo, Vita, and Zafira. This is the world that manages the outer 74 worlds. It's a world inhabited by humans. What's your plan? Sinyo first introduced the world she had chosen, and then asked Sei Ito. I'm only here to assist you. You can decide what to do, Sei Ito replied with a smile. After hearing Sei Ito's words, Sinyo didn't say anything else and immediately made arrangements. All right then, we'll go to the nearby settlements first and then start a wide area search to find suitable high-grade magic shooters. We'll capture and collect them. Okay, Sei Ito nodded in agreement. Then, the 2 of them flew up together, chose a direction, and flew towards the nearby settlements at high speed. Similarly, the other 2 shadow clones of Sei Ito followed Vita and Zafira to the worlds they had chosen. Chapter 1111. P.S. Thanks to Gan Hongxiang, Phantom, Gu 168, 878, 0145, Zhang Xiaozhong, and Shirley for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips. In a desolate town that resembled an otherworld settlement, a young man with messy blonde hair and dressed in medieval European folk costume, with a large cloak draped over his body, slowly walked forward. He had a square face, a chin full of stubble, and messy blonde hair. However, just as he passed through a square, for bright white energy halos instantly appeared on his limbs, trapping him in the air 4 to 5 centimeters above the ground. He couldn't break free. Then, a cherry-colored figure suddenly appeared in front of the man and knocked him unconscious with a single blow. Then, a pearl-sized energy ball floated out of the man's chest and shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. It only returned to the man's body when it was so weak that it looked like it was about to be extinguished. Plop! In the next moment, the man whose 4 limbs had completely disappeared fell weakly to the ground. "Only 13 pages," said the figure, standing in front of the unconscious man. "Not bad. At least you have 2 more pages than the last guy." Then another voice laughed. The 2 people who spoke were Sinyo and Sei Ito's shadow clone, who had gone to another world to collect the pages. After speaking, the 2 of them ignored the unconscious man on the ground and used their abilities to fly into the sky and quickly flew into the distance. They were searching for another target to be a magic sacrifice for the Book of Night. A few hours later, it's about time. Let's call it a day. Otherwise, you won't be able to make it home for dinner. The shadow clone, Ito Sei, said to Sinyo, who was collecting the telekinesis core of the huge monster in front of him, which took them a little effort to deal with. "Got it." Sinyo nodded as he used the Book of Night to devour the monster's telekinesis core. "Let's go back," Sinyo said as he turned to Sei Ito. The shadow clone, Ito Sei, nodded and activated a middle-style magic circle under his feet. He entered the coordinates and disappeared along with Sinyo, who was standing in the middle of the magic circle, in a bright white light that shot up into the sky. The next moment, Sei Ito and Sinyo appeared in the sky above Hyaming City on Earth that managed World 97. "Hurry up and go back," Sei Ito said to Higno, who was beside him. Then there was a soft poof. It turned into a cloud of pale, white energy smoke and quickly disappeared into the air. Sinyo, who was left alone, did not stay any longer. He turned around and flew towards the Yagami Jifen clan. However, just as Sinyo flew a short distance away, a powerful barrier that covered a huge area instantly separated the airspace she was in from the outside world, sealing her within the barrier. Sinyo stopped flying and hovered in midair. He observed his surroundings with a solemn expression. At this moment, accompanied by a sky-blue teleportation light, he wore a black windbreaker and held a black magic staff in his hand. He looked to be only 11 or 12 years old. A young man with short black hair appeared in front of Sinyo. "I'm the executive officer of the Space Administration's Dimensional Patrol ship, Asla Chronoholoan. I'm now officially arresting you for a dangerous dimensional crime. Surrender and go to bed." Chrono, who is also known as Chrono, announced loudly while looking at Sinyo, who was more than 10 meters away from him in an offensive and defensive stance. "Are you a lackey of the Space Administration?" Sinyo frowned when he heard that. He held his sword tightly with his left hand and placed the scabbard diagonally in front of his left waist. He held the sword hilt with his right hand and looked at Chrono calmly. "Don't make any unnecessary resistance. The barrier is specially reinforced. You can't escape from here," Chrono said loudly. "I'll have to try to find out." After that, Sinyo swung his arm and pulled out the fiery demon sword from the scabbard and rushed towards Chrono. "Oof," Chrono snorted. The magic staff in his hand immediately aimed at Sinyo, who was rushing towards him, and shot out a bluish-white energy beam. Sari drone beam. The beam flew at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Sinyo. Sinyo saw this and waved his arm. The blade of the fiery demon sword in his hand collided with Chrono's beam. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded, and a cloud of energy smoke appeared in front of Sinyo, blocking his vision. Swish, 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 swish. At the same time, 4 bluish-white energy balls the size of tennis balls suddenly appeared behind Sinyo and shot towards his body. Sinyo, who felt something strange behind him, did not hesitate. He jumped up a distance and dodged the sneak attack of the 4 energy balls by a hair's breadth. The ball of light that had missed its target abruptly paused in midair, before turning at an exaggerated angle and continuing its trajectory toward Sinyo. In midair, Sinyo, who had turned to face the energy balls, suddenly heard the sound of 2 cannonballs from his fiery demon sword. Sinyo then swung his sword towards the 4 energy balls. In an instant, a strong flame whirlwind swept out from the fiery demon sword and rushed towards the 4 energy balls, intercepting them. However, in the next moment, 4 bluish-white energy rings that looked like bracelets suddenly appeared on Sinyo's limbs and fixed him in the air with his arms and legs spread out. F***CKU. Sinyo struggled with his limbs and found that he couldn't break free. He immediately activated the magic in his body and used the weakening spell, Chain Destruction, forcefully breaking the shackles on his limbs. Crack! Crack! Under the influence of the Chain Destruction, thin cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the shackles on Sinyo's limbs. It looked like they were about to shatter at any moment. However, before Sinyo could completely destroy the shackles, an electronic voice suddenly sounded. Blaze cannon. Then, a thick pillar of fire as thick as an adult's waist flew from afar and bombarded the immobile Sinyo. Boom! A violent explosion immediately reverberated in the sky. At the same time, in the sky above Haiming City, a bright white middle-style magic formation appeared. Sei Ito's shadow clone and Vita, who was wearing red and carrying a hammer on his shoulder, appeared in the sky. As soon as he appeared, Sei Ito immediately noticed the powerful semicircular barrier in Haiming City. He couldn't help but frown and groan. At this time, Vita also noticed the huge reinforced barrier. You go back first. I'll go and see what's going on. Sei Ito turned his head and said to Vita beside him. Okay. He wanted to go back to see Gale as soon as possible. Vita, who didn't want to be nosy, agreed. Then, he quickly flew away from Sei Ito's side and rushed toward the location of the Yagami Gale family. Sei Ito, who separated from Vita, didn't hesitate and directly flew toward the reinforced barrier. The area covered by the barrier was very wide. Sei Ito and Vita's location wasn't too far from the barrier. Therefore, it didn't take more than a few minutes. Sei Ito flew near the barrier. Sei Ito's arrival. He was immediately locked on by Asla's detection system, which had been hovering above the Earth's orbit and had been monitoring the situation in Haiming City. It reported the current situation to Chrono, who was in the barrier. Chrono, who received the news, immediately frowned. However, he wasn't sure if he had hit Sinyo, so he could only reply that he got it. Then, he continued to stare at Sinyo, who was hit by his enhanced flames. That was how good magic attacks were. Although the effects were exaggerated, other than the physical properties, the time that the other things remained in the world was very short. Therefore, the exaggerated-looking flames were extinguished in a short while, and Sinyo's figure was revealed once again. Sinyo, who was hovering in the air, was panting slightly. There wasn't a single wound on her body. It turned out that when Chrono's enhanced flames were about to hit her, Sinyo first attacked and destroyed the ring-shaped shackles. Then, she used the flaming demon sword to strengthen her soul armor and forcefully block Chrono's powerful attack. However, because she was in a hurry to switch, her control of her magic was a little rushed. That was why she was panting and looked a little tired. Sinyo, whose vision was no longer affected by the flames, swung her arm downwards. The flaming demon sword in her hand immediately split into 2 and shot towards Chrono like a long snake. Chrono quickly retreated and dodged the attack of the serpentine, flaming magic sword. Then, he flew in a large arc to Sinyo's side. At the same time, he aimed the tip of his magic staff at Sinyo and once again released a beam of light that wasn't very powerful, but it was very fast and had a strong penetrative power against barrier magic. The beam of light shot out from the drone that had struck Fit and landed on Sinyo, who was still standing on the spot. With a flick of Sinyo's wrist, the serpentine inferno magic sword returned to its sword form. Sinyo dodged the drone's beam attack and charged towards Kronor at the same time. Yan! Sinyo raised her sword and slashed towards Chrono. Chrono stretched out one hand, and a blue and white middle-style magic circle appeared in front of his palm. It formed a circular barrier that blocked Sinyo's slash. At the same time, he extended the magic staff in his right hand and thrust it towards Sinyo's abdomen like a spear. Sinyo leaped back and sheathed his inferno sword. After reloading 2 new magic bullets, he drew his sword and slashed at Chrono as if he was using a horizontal slash. However, unlike the slash, the flaming demon sword that was unsheathed was covered with reddish-yellow magic flames. Once again, the flaming demon sword turned into a blade and swept towards Chrono like a long whip. Boom! A violent explosion reverberated in the sky once more. A powerful attack comparable to Fetty's Thunder God's Blast immediately landed on Chrono, who was maintaining the circular barrier with magic, and sent him flying like a cannonball. Ito Sei, who strengthened the outside of the enchantment, found the gap of the enchantment with his powerful computing power, quickly locked on a space node inside the enchantment, and used instant transmission to break into the enchantment. It's Sinyo and Chrono. Upon entering the barrier, Ito Sei's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw Chrono being sent flying. He thought to himself, although I know that the Tome of Darkness will be discovered sooner or later, how did they know that the Tome of Darkness is on Earth without Naya being attacked? Ito Sei put this question aside for the time being. He closed his eyes and used his spatial perception to lock onto Chrono's position. After eliminating some possibilities with his various senses, he activated his teleportation ability and teleported Chrono, who had just stopped using a flying spell, in front of him. Ito Sei raised his arms high and clenched his palms together. He then smashed Chrono's body like a huge hammer. Whoosh! Chrono, who was stunned by the sudden change in space, didn't understand what was going on. He was once again sent plummeting toward the ground like a cannonball. Boom! In just 2 to 3 seconds, Chrono's body crashed into the roof of a building below, creating a huge hole in the roof. Sei Ito, who had completed his attack, extended his arm and summoned a middle-style magic formation in front of his palm. He then punched the center of the magic formation. Thor's shock. In an instant, a thick pillar of lightning energy shot out from the magic array and blasted towards the spot where Chrono had landed. Boom! In the next second, a loud explosion sounded from the top of the building. The entire roof was blasted into smithereens by the bombardment of magic. A large cloud of dust was stirred up, blocking Sei Ito, Sinyo, and Aimee and Lindy's view of the situation inside the barrier through Asla surveillance device. At this moment, Sei Ito's figure flashed again and appeared above the building. He used his spiritual perception to investigate. In the next moment, numerous sky blue energy chains shot out from the dust and bound Sei Ito's body. Ito Sei, who sensed the attack from his spiritual perception, didn't even think about it. He directly launched an instant transmission and returned to the air. Then, he waved his hand and released wind blades to smash the energy chains into photon particles that dissipated in the air. As expected of an elite executive of the Space Administration, your reaction speed is fast. Sei Ito praised Chrono as he appeared from the dust. As expected, you're not an ordinary dimensional adventurer. Chrono, who was in a sorry state and was breathing heavily, looked up at Ito Sei and asked in a stern voice, "You are the current owner of the Book of Darkness, right? Don't speak. Let them think that I'm the owner of the Book of Darkness," Sei Ito said in Sinyo's mind as she was about to speak. Chapter 11:12. Upon hearing Sei Ito's suggestion, Sinyo gave it some thought and didn't object. At the same time, Sei Ito's pupils constricted slightly, as if he had been right. Seeing Sei Ito's reaction, Kroner's heart skipped a beat. Could this guy really be the owner of the Book of Darkness? It turned out that Kroner's earlier questioning was just a test. He didn't actually think of Sei Ito as the owner of the Book of Darkness. Instead, he thought of him as a helper who had an ulterior motive for helping the Book of Darkness complete its mana collection. However, after carefully observing Sei Ito's changes in expression, the possibility of him being the owner of the Book of Darkness increased. However, out of caution, Kroner still didn't believe that Sei Ito was the owner of the Book of Darkness. You'd better stop the Book of Darkness's mana collection immediately. According to the records of the Space Administration, the owners of the Book of Darkness didn't have a good ending after completing the mana collection. If you stop your criminal acts now and follow me back to the Space Administration headquarters, you might still be saved. Kroner said in a deep voice as he temporarily assumed that Sei Ito was the owner of the Book of Darkness. Do you think I'll believe your words? Sei Ito looked at Kroner mockingly. Besides, even if what you said is true, I won't have a good ending if I follow you back to the Space Administration. Losing my freedom for the rest of my life would be the least of it. I might even be sealed by the Space Administration and thrown into the dimensional crevice. Compared to that, I prefer my current life. However, I'm curious. How did you guys confirm that the Book of Darkness is in this world? Sei Ito asked curiously. We've carefully examined the statements of all the victims and discovered that the first victim appeared in this world. The other victims also appeared in neighboring dimensional worlds. Therefore, we have reason to suspect the owner of the Book of Darkness is in this world. Kroner replied calmly. TSK, you guys are really attentive. Ito-sei turned his head and looked at Sinyo, who was looking at him, and curled his lips. All right, it's about time, Higno. Sei Ito turned to Higno and said, Hold this guy back for now. I'll break the barrier. I understand. Sinyo nodded in agreement. Then he reloaded his flaming magic sword with 2 compressed mana bullets and charged towards Cronus. At the same time, Sei Ito activated instant transmission and left. Appearing about 15 meters away from the edge of the reinforced barrier, he raised his hands and unfolded a huge middle-style magic circle with a diameter of dozens of meters above his head. Bright white lightning bolts danced in the magic circle at high speed. On the other hand, Sinyo had finally arrived in front of Chrono after rushing for a distance. He waved his inferno magic sword that was wrapped in reddish-yellow flames and slashed toward Chrono. Chrono did not block the attack head-on. Instead, he leaped back nimbly. However, the moment Sinyo's attack missed, a blue-white middle-style magic circle suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Numerous chains made entirely of energy flew out from the center of the magic circle and bound the defenseless Sinyo's body, trapping him on the spot. This was the time delay chain that Chrono had secretly set up when he was talking to Sei Ito. It was a type of magic that could not be detected after it was set up. However, when an enemy entered the area, the caster could activate it immediately and restrain the target. However, the shackles created by this type of magic were similar to the shackles created by the shackles. They weren't very sturdy and could be easily broken by a strong burst of mana. That was why Sinyo was able to break free from the shackles as soon as he used the shackles technique to break free. However, during this short pause of 2 to 3 seconds, Chrono had already finished compressing a new magic spell. It did not match the battle style of a Magus at all. He swung his magic staff at Sinyo. As a knight of Belka, Sinyo was very confident in close combat. Hence, he did not dodge and raised his sword to block the attack. Clang! The 2 magic devices collided and produced a crisp metallic sound. The 2 of them did not give way to each other and began to compete in arm strength. However, Chrono quickly gave up on the competition of arm strength and raised his magic staff first. Then, when Sinyo swung his inferno magic sword at him, Chrono swung his magic staff at him. Chrono swung his magic staff down again. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing could be heard again. Break impool color, shattering pulse. At the same time, an electronic voice sounded from Chrono's magic device. In the next second, a powerful shockwave shot out from Chrono's magic staff and struck Sinyo's inferno magic sword. While the shockwave was repelled, the shockwave landed on Sinyo's body. Crack! With a crisp sound, Sinyo's protective suit was torn apart as he was sent flying. Like a cannonball, he slammed into another high-rise building beside him. The impact created a large hole in the building, and Sinyo sank into the building. The so-called shattering pulse was a powerful attack method by calculating the inherent frequency waves emitted by the target and sending out the same frequency waves to form a reverse impact. Not only did this attack deal a lot of damage, but it also consumed very little mana. However, it was also very obvious. Before launching the attack, one had to come into contact with the opponent and stop moving to analyze the frequency of the opponent's frequency. Furthermore, it required a high level of mana control. Those who did not have a high level of mana control would not be able to use it. For example, with Nao Takamachi's personality, she would probably never be able to learn it in her lifetime. Ugh. Sinyo's body was embedded in a concrete wall. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and he groaned in pain. Walala. Sinyo endured the pain and moved his arm to free himself from the wall. Phew! Sinyo, who was standing on the ground again, let out a sigh of relief. He then put the hilt of his inferno magic sword into its scabbard and activated his mana to turn it and the scabbard into half a bow. He held the bow in his left hand and pulled the string of the bow with his right hand. With a stomp of his feet, he quickly flew out of the building and returned to the outside. Sinyo then flew into the air and looked down at Chrono from above. Sturmfalken. An arrow materialized from mana shot out from the bowstring, turning into a sharp reddish-yellow flame halfway through its flight. It flew towards Cronus at a speed far faster than the average archmage could react to. Boom! In an instant, a loud bang reverberated in the spirit formation space again. Chrono's left arm fell to the side of his body. Crimson-red blood flowed out from the wound on his right hand. The left side of his face was pitch black, and his left eye was tightly shut. His forehead was covered in blood as he reappeared in Sinyo's line of sight. It was obvious that Chrono, who had dodged Sinyo's powerful attack with his excellent combat ability, didn't fare well against her attack this time. He was injured to a certain extent. Just as Sinyo and Chrono were staring at each other, Sei Ito, who had compressed enough energy at the edge of the reinforced barrier, finally activated his spell, Super Thunder God Shock. Kaboom! With a loud bang, a huge lightning beam with a diameter of tens of meters shot out from the huge magic array above Ito Sei. It hit the partition layer of the enchantment that was only 15 meters away from the magic array. Kacha, 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 kacha. In an instant, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the reinforced barrier from the point of impact. Then, the barrier shattered into countless fragments and fell to the ground. Along with the shattering of the barrier, the colors of the entire space once again returned to the colors of the normal world. Dusk, sunset, and the bustling crowd below. Sinyo, let's go. Sei Ito, who had destroyed the barrier, used telepathy to communicate with her. Sinyo didn't waste any time and immediately turned into a cherry-colored light and flew into the distance. Sei Ito, who remained in place, raised his head to look at the stars. After revealing a sarcastic smile, he exploded into a cloud of white energy and disappeared into the air. I'm back. After a moment, Sinyo, who had escaped from the Space Administration's pursuit, pushed open the door and entered the house. Welcome back. Yagami Jifeng, who was setting up the table, greeted her happily. Why are you back so late? Shamar, who was helping Jifeng set up the table, asked in telepathy. I had a fight with the people from the Space Administration on my way back. Sinyo also replied in telepathy. The people from the Space Administration? Shamar's expression changed slightly when she heard this. She looked up at Sinyo with a worried expression. Yes, we've been exposed. However, Sei Ito borrowed the information and made the people from the Space Administration mistakenly believe that he was the host of the Book of Darkness. Therefore, Jifeng is not in danger. Sinyo, who understood Shamar's concern, comforted her. That's good. Shammar heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she asked with concern, How are you? Are you hurt? I'll have to trouble you tonight. Sinyo smiled bitterly in her mind. Got it, Shammar replied. Then, the two cut off the communication. Shammar went into the bathroom to wash his face and hands. Shammar continued to focus on helping Yagami Jifeng set up the table. Dinner's ready. After a short while, Yagami Jifeng called out loudly. Hearing the call, all of them stopped what they were doing and came to the dining table. They sat down at the dining table as usual. After that, they finished the pre-meal etiquette and started to enjoy the dinner prepared by Hachiman Jepsen and Fett. Chapter 11:13. That night, Sei Ito, Sinyo, Vita, Shammar, and Zafira appeared in the courtyard of Yagami's house after Yagami and Fayette had fallen asleep. High speed, I'm sure you've heard from Sinyo about what happened today. So, in order to avoid going up against the people from the Space Administration again, we'll start from now on. Let's go to a distant dimensional world to collect more, Ito-sei said to Sinyo, Vita, and Zafira. The three who were in charge of collecting naturally had no objections to this and nodded in agreement. Also, we'll have to change the coordinates to return to Earth. Let's choose. Seito continued. Let's go to Yuanjian City. I'll set up a rendezvous point in Yuanjian City later. I'll tell you the exact location tomorrow morning, Ito continued. We could just fly back to Earth. Why do we have to set up a rendezvous point? Vita asked in confusion. There's always the risk of being exposed again if we fly, especially if the location of Yagami's house is exposed. With the rendezvous point, I can use my unique space magic to bring you all back to Yagami's house from Yuanjian City. This will greatly reduce the possibility of exposing this place and make it harder for the people from the Space Administration to track us down, Ito explained. If that's the case, I'm fine with it, Vita agreed after some thought. I'm fine with it too, Zafira said in a muffled voice. Let's do it then, Sinyo, who is the leader of the Wind Riders, decided. All right, I'll go settle the rendezvous point now. Ito-sei nodded and said. Then he stretched out his hand and patted the wall beside him, leaving a unique rune that belonged to the Flying Thunder God technique and was in line with his own understanding. He then teleported and disappeared from the spot. All right, it's getting late. Everyone should get some rest, Sinyo said to Shammar, Vita, and Zafira after seeing Sei Ito leave. Are you all right? Shammar asked with concern. Thanks for your treatment. It's almost healed, Sinyo said. That's good. Shammar breathed a sigh of relief. But I'm surprised that the agency has someone who can hurt you, Zafira said as he looked at Sinyo. That person has obviously received elite training. Regardless of whether it is the timing of the use of magic or the response to danger, they're all first class. If you meet him in the future, try to avoid conflict with him as much as possible. Let us know, Sinyo said solemnly. Is there a need to be so cautious? Chamar asked with a puzzled expression. Yes. Sinyo nodded with a serious expression. Understood. Zafira and Vita replied in unison. But Vita's tone was somewhat unconvinced after that. The four of them stopped talking and returned to their rooms to rest. On the other side, Sei Ito, who had used instant transmission to leave the Jifeng family, immediately wrapped his body with psychokinesis. Then he burst into a powerful supersonic flight speed and flew toward UNG City, which was close to Haiming City, flying at such a high speed. After a short while, Sei Ito appeared in the sky above UNG City and flew toward the tallest building in the city. In a flash, Sei Ito flew to the open-air platform at the top of the tallest building in UNG City and landed. Then he squatted down and slapped the ground with his palm, leaving a rune that was unique to the Flying Thunder God technique on the ground where his palm landed. Then he stood up. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to the Yagami family, appearing in the small courtyard where he had disappeared from. Zafira, who sensed that someone had broken into the security circle, and Sinyo, who was resting on the sofa with his arms crossed, opened their eyes at the same time. Their sharp gazes looked toward the French door that led to the small courtyard. When they saw that the intruder was Sei Ito, they relaxed slightly. "It's done," Sei Ito said softly as he walked slowly into the house. Sinyo nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Not wanting to disturb Sinyo and Zafira's rest, Sei Ito walked up the stairs in the house to the second floor. He walked into Yagami Jifeng's bedroom, took off his clothes, and climbed onto Jifeng's bed softly. Then, he hugged Jifeng and rested. The next morning, it was still the usual training time. However, when Sei Ito went to the dimensional headquarters of the Space Administration to steal and plunder, other than teaching Fet battle techniques, he also arranged for her to train with Sinyo. Therefore, in order to allow the two to let loose during their training, Sei Ito made a second modification to the training room. Therefore, not only did the environment of the training room change, the atmosphere was also much livelier. 1.5 hours later, after finishing their morning training, everyone cleaned up and had breakfast. Then, Yagami Jifeng and Fet left for school. Sinyo, Vita, Zafira, and the 3 shadow clones of Sei Ito used the dimensional transfer magic circle to leave Earth. They hurried to another dimensional world to replenish the Book of Night's mana. The real Sei Ito continued to sit at the side and learn about magic devices. Elv leisurely sunbathed, and Shammar hid in the house to replenish his mana. However, even though Sinyo, Vita, Zafira, and Sei Ito's shadow clones had gone to a dimensional world far away from Earth to begin their collection work, the Space Administration that had locked onto the nature of Sinyo's mana was still able to track her down. However, because Chrono's injuries had yet to fully recover, the request for reinforcements submitted to headquarters had yet to be issued. Azra, who had extra powerful combatants, could only watch as Sinyo and Sei Ito wreaked havoc everywhere. He could do nothing to stop them. Of course, the responsible Chrono also requested to fight despite his injuries. However, under the orders of his mother, Lindy, who was also the captain of Azra's fleet, he was stopped. After all, Sinyo was not alone at this time. There was also Sei Ito by his side, and if he was not fully prepared, Chrono would be like throwing meat buns at a dog. Therefore, regardless of the considerations, Lindy would not allow Chrono to fight. That afternoon, when it was almost time for dinner, Sei Ito, Sinyo, Vita, and Zafira finished their work one after another. They shook off the possible surveillance of the Space Administration and activated the dimensional transference spell to return to Earth. They appeared on the rooftop of the tallest building in Omniscient City. At this time, Sei Ito's shadow clones reached out and hugged Sinyo's waist. "What are you doing?" Sinyo, who had broken free from Sei Ito's embrace, frowned at him and asked in a low voice. "Of course I'm bringing you back." Sei Ito explained with a look of understanding. "My dimensional transference spell can only transport myself under normal circumstances. However, if I want to transport someone else, I have to make physical contact with the other party." So, at the end of his sentence, Sei Ito spread his arms and shrugged. "If you only need physical contact, then can't you just grab my arm? Why do you have to hug me?" Sinyo asked after discovering the key point in Sei Ito's explanation. "Well, of course it's because it's comfortable." Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and looked at Sinyo. "You." A flash of anger flashed across Sinyo's face. "Don't cover yourself so tightly. Show your feminine side when appropriate. After all, the owner of the Book of Night is no longer the greedy guy in the past. It's Gale. You also need to disguise yourself and transform yourself into a sex tool that only knows how to help the owner of the Book of Night achieve his goals." Sei Ito walked in front of Sinyo and grabbed her arm as she asked. Then, without waiting for Sinyo's response, he activated the Flying Thunder God spell and brought her back to Yagami Gale's home. As soon as they reached home, Sinyo hurriedly shook off Sei Ito's hand and walked into her room. At this time, Sei Ito, who had completed the task, immediately exploded into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared into the air. Among the 3 who went out, only Sinyo was excited about the teleportation. Zafira was the only one who didn't care. Besides, Ito-sei wouldn't use such a stupid method to teleport it. After all, he wasn't an asshole. Although Vita was unhappy with Seito holding her hand, she pouted and didn't resist. She let Seito hold her hand and complete the teleportation task. After that, things went on as usual. Seito, Yagami Gale, the Wind and Cloud Rider, as well as Fetty and Elv, had a lively dinner together. Then they watched television, chatted, or played games for the rest of the time. When it was time for bed, Fetty, Gale, and Vita went into the bathroom together to take a shower. Finally, they returned to their rooms to rest. The only thing worth mentioning was that because of Fetty and Vita, Seito didn't have to shower with Yagami Gale anymore. The next morning, Ito-sei finished his morning exercise, washed up, and had his breakfast. He watched as Yagami Gaku and Fetty left for school. Once again, he created 3 shadow clones to accompany Sinyo, Vita, and Zafira to other dimensional worlds to begin the collection work. Just like that, 4 to 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Seito was still hunting for the telekinetic core with Sinyo, who had an awkward argument with him on the second day. Then, with the appearance of several magical arrays for armed personnel from the Space Administration, including Chrono, appeared around Seito and Sinyo, surrounding them in the middle. From the way they stood in the air effortlessly, it was obvious that the other 3 were also aerial magisters who were proficient in aerial combat. "Looks like we're in trouble, Sinyo," Seito, who was standing back-to-back with Sinyo, said with a smile as he sized up the enemy. "To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read it here." Chapter 1114. P.S. Thank you to Nereserve 1 and 2 for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips. But it's not bad, for highly qualified magisters can add a lot of pages to my book. Seito turned his head and smiled at Sinyo, who was leaning against him. "Let's talk about this after we've dealt with them." Sinyo replied calmly. "Well said." Seito smiled. "Just give up and let yourself be captured. You won't be able to escape this time." As the person in charge of this mission, Chrono announced loudly, "This kind of thing isn't something you could decide just by talking about it. Let's see who's the real deal." Chrono's position was behind Seito and opposite of Sinyo. In order to prevent a sneak attack from the Space Administration, Seito replied without turning his head. "Do it," Seito shouted at Sinyo. As soon as he finished speaking, Ito-sei's figure suddenly disappeared from his original place and reappeared behind the man and woman of the Space Administration's Air Battle Magus. He turned his hand and summoned the divine Sword Tion Tsongyun. He brandished the sword and slashed at the opponent. As for why the divine sword's celestial clouds appeared in the hands of the shadow clones, it was very simple. Seito was worried that they would encounter an opponent who was difficult to deal with using pure attacks. Thus, he specially prepared a weapon for each shadow clone. Among them, the shadow doppelganger that followed Sinyo was holding the divine blade, Tion Tsongyun. After all, Sinyo had already been targeted by the people from the Space Administration. In the future, he would most likely be tracked down and ambushed by the Space Administration. Thus, Seito gave this powerful weapon to the shadow clone following Sinyo. The shadow clone beside Vita had the sword Celestial Sword in his hand. For Vader, who was an assault-type knight, his attack power was already sufficient. He did not need to add any treasured weapons to increase his attack power. All he needed to do was to defend and assist. On the other hand, the doppelganger that followed beside Zafira, the guardian beast, had a more sophisticated weapon. It was a high-quality katana forged from alchemy, and in terms of sharpness, it could easily cut through 3 to 4 centimeters of steel. It was even engraved with anti-magic runes, as long as it wasn't an overly powerful archmage or magical beast. This weapon could easily become the enemy's nightmare. Teleport. An electronic voice sounded from the ancient spear-shaped magic device in the opponent's hand. The male magus who was being attacked instantly disappeared from Seito's blade and reappeared behind Seito. He reached out with one hand, and a small mead magic array appeared in the center of his palm. He fired an energy blast at Sei Ito's back. Sei Ito, who sensed the energy fluctuation behind him, didn't even turn his head. He directly used his teleportation ability to open up a dimensional passage behind him that was as wide as his own. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. The air battle mage, who hadn't expected an attack to appear behind him and couldn't react in time, could only rely on his instincts to strengthen his own defensive barrier. He was instantly struck by the spell that drilled out of the spatial tunnel and fell to the ground with several streaks of energy dust in his wake. Sinyo saw this opportunity and immediately used a slash, slashing heavily at Chrono, who had been distracted by the sudden attack. At the same time, Sei Ito, who had completed the redirection of his attack, stepped into the air and twisted his body to swing his blade. A transparent wind blade that could be seen with the naked eye instantly shot out from the blade and slashed towards the male magus with the spear-shaped magic device. Circular barrier. The magic array on the magus palm changed, turning into a traditional mead defensive array. It formed a sturdy energy barrier and blocked the wind blade that shot towards him. Bang! Due to his hasty response, the male magus body couldn't help but slide back a distance after being struck by the wind blade. At this moment, the female magus, who hadn't moved due to the close space between the two of them, knew that this was a rare opportunity. She immediately reached out her hand and released a compressed imprisonment spell at Sei Ito, ring-shaped shackles. In an instant, two crisp green energy rings appeared around Sei Ito's wrists, imprisoning his arms in midair. As his companion, the male magus, who had been pushed back a short distance, turned his magic device and pointed the spearhead at Sei Ito's body. With the propulsion of a flying spell, he quickly stabbed toward Sei Ito. It was obvious that the male magus was worried that Sei Ito would use some strange method to transfer the spell to his companions and attack them, so he changed to a physical attack. However, his attack was still diverted by the spatial tunnel that Sei Ito had opened up, piercing towards the female magus who'd released the ring-shaped shackles. Clang! Because of the diversion, the female magus had been on guard against any possible attacks. She turned her body the moment the spearhead appeared and blocked it with the magic staff in her hand. Oomph! Seeing that his plan had failed, Sei Ito snorted lightly and shook his arms to shatter the ring-shaped shackles on his wrists. He reached out and grabbed the magus spear-shaped magic device, preventing him from pulling it out. He then swung his sword at the magus body. The male magus didn't loosen his grip on the magic device with one hand and hurriedly reached out with the other. He unfurled a small circular barrier in front of his palm and blocked Sei Ito's attack. Ha! Ito-sei, whose attack was blocked, chuckled. He lifted his leg and kicked the opponent's wrist that was holding the magic device and sent a hidden force into the opponent's body. Bang! With a muffled sound, the male magus felt his arm go numb. He couldn't help but let go of the magic device in his hand. Without waiting for his foot to completely fall, Ito-sei immediately stretched out his other foot and kicked the magus in the abdomen, sending the magus flying in front of him. The female magus on the side was startled when she saw this and hurriedly pointed with her magic staff. She released several layers of emerald green mead magic formations behind the male magus that had been sent flying as a cushion to cushion the impact. Sei Ito used a spell unique to the flying thunder god on the magic device he'd snatched. Then, like throwing a javelin, he threw it at the female magus. In an instant, the spear-shaped magic device was like a black shadow, flying in front of the female magus in the blink of an eye. Then, with a bang, with a muffled sound, it was blocked by the defensive barrier in front of the female magus. But just as the female magus heaved a sigh of relief, Ito-sei's figure appeared in front of the female magus. He used the attenuator skill to destroy the barrier. Out of caution, he punched the magic barrier that didn't close after the defense ended. Crack! Under the powerful impact of the energy, The female magus defensive barrier instantly shattered. Behind the barrier, the female magus figure appeared with a trace of shock on her face. Pooh! Seito withdrew his fist and brandished his blade. He slashed at the female magus body, cutting through the protective clothing on her body. The white and tender body, wrapped in the protective clothing, was revealed. A long and narrow wound with blood flowing out instantly appeared on the female magus body. Then, Seito attacked again. As the female magus frowned and groaned in pain from the wound, his fist landed on the female magus cheek. This caused her to fall straight to the ground. Boom! In just a few seconds, a loud sound fiercely rang out. A large amount of smoke and dust rose from where the female magus had fallen, covering the female magus figure. At this moment, a thick energy beam shot straight from the side. Seito's figure flashed. The energy beam shot through his shadow and appeared where the female magus had fallen at the same time. He spread out his mental strength and scanned the smoke in front of him. Worthy of being called an elite magus. She can even use illusion magic. Ito-sei, who had scanned the other party's location with his spiritual power, exclaimed softly. Then he stomped his feet and suddenly appeared in the deep pit that had become empty as if the ground had shrunk into an inch. He lifted his foot and kicked forward. Bang! Ugh! With a muffled sound, the female magus figure appeared in front of Seito's eyes with a pale face and a painful expression. However, because Seito's kick was skillful this time, the female magus body didn't fly out even though she had been kicked in the waist. Her body only curled up in place, unable to move. Seito then knocked out the female magus who had no strength to resist. He then used the earth escape technique to hide the female magus body deep underground to prevent her from being taken away by the Space Administration. Of course, this could only stop her for a while. With the powerful analytical power of the Space Administration, he was confident that they would quickly find a way to take her away. Moreover, even if she wasn't taken away by the Space Administration, Seito didn't dare leave her underground for too long. After all, the unconscious female magus had a self-defense barrier protecting her body, as well as the air Seito had left behind to ensure her survival. However, it would still be dangerous to leave her underground for too long. Therefore, after a certain period of time, Seito had to free the female magus from underground. Otherwise, she would definitely die of suffocation. After dealing with the female magus, Seito didn't stay in place for long. He directly used instant transmission to return to the sky and appeared beside the male magus who had already retrieved the spear-type magic device. He brandished his sword and slashed at him. Block! The male magus quickly raised a spear to block, blocking the edge of Celestial Clouds' sword. Lightning! In the deadlock with the male magus, Seito suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. In an instant, a blue and white lightning energy suddenly covered the entire blade of Celestial Clouds. It wrapped around the blade like a layer of clothing, increasing the sharpness of Celestial Clouds. Crack! With the support of the blue and white lightning cloak, the magic device in the male archmage's hand was immediately cut open by Tian Tsungen. A circle of fine cracks instantly spread across the magic device, and in the next second, the magic device abruptly broke in two, allowing the blade to land on the archmage's body, who was completely unprepared. PFFF, under the slash of Celestial Clouds' blade, the male magus's protective clothing immediately shattered. A long and narrow scorched wound, emitting a faint burnt smell, appeared on the male magus body. Instant transmission. The male magus resisted the intense pain on his body and used a short-distance movement spell to fly backwards. Flying Thunder God. Seito immediately used the Flying Thunder God to appear next to the male magus who had just stopped moving. Seito used the Flying Thunder God to connect with the runes he had left on the other party's magic device. He slapped his palm full of lightning energy on the other party's body. Crackle! In an instant, a large amount of lightning energy spread across the male magus body, breaking through his self-defense barrier and entering a deadlock with the male magus damaged protective clothing. Although the lightning energy didn't cause much damage to the male magus because of the protective clothing's protection, a slight numbness still appeared on his body, making it difficult for him to complete his counterattack. At this time, Seito's thoughts moved. The lightning energy on the male magus body instantly changed, forming a blue and white energy halo that tightly imprisoned the male magus like a human rod. He then used instant transmission and brought the imprisoned male magus in front of the other male magus sent by the Space Administration to support Azra. He used the young male magus in his hand as a shield and threw him in front of him. Seeing the young magus thrown in front of him as a meat shield, the middle-aged magus was immediately distracted. The flying missile that he had controlled with his mental force deviated from its original trajectory, giving Sinyo, who had been struggling under the combined attacks of the two, a chance to catch his breath. Then, Itose kicked the young magus who was used as a meat shield in front of him, turning him into an offensive weapon again and shooting towards the middle-aged male magus. As someone of the older generation, the middle-aged male magus knew what to do at the right time. He didn't have any intention of catching the young magus that was flying towards him. He directly flew horizontally, dodging the attack, and raised his hand to release several meteor missiles towards Seito to attack and intercept Seito's sneak attack. However, Seito didn't have any intention of dodging. In the next moment, the young magus that was supposed to fly away appeared in front of him again, becoming a meat shield that took the meteor missiles that the old magus shot out. Boom, 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 boom. Following a series of explosions, a large cloud of energy smoke spread out and swallowed Seito and the young magus. Chapter 11:15. Whoosh! With the sound of something breaking through the air, the young male magus plummeted to the ground with smoke trailing behind him. It was clear that the young magus, who had taken all the meteor missiles, couldn't take it anymore and fell. However, Itose still didn't let go of the poor magus. With a thought, he teleported the magus in front of him again. He stretched out his arm and grabbed the collar of the magus protective suit. He looked at the middle-aged male magus opposite him with a smile. Despicable! The middle-aged male magus shouted angrily. There's no such thing as despicable or not on the battlefield. As long as it can guarantee one's own safety and obtain victory, then it's a good method, Seito said softly with a smile on his face. As expected of a criminal, your mouth is full of fallacies. The middle-aged male magus sneered. Whatever you say, Seito shrugged indifferently. All right, there's not much time left. Let's get this over with. Seito then spoke with a slightly more serious expression. After he finished speaking, he once again threw the young archmage towards the middle-aged archmage. At the same time, he used instant movement and appeared in the path that the middle-aged archmage was about to move, sending a monstrous strength fist over. The middle-aged magus quickly opened a circular barrier in front of him and blocked the fist. Bang! Crack! In an instant, two different sounds rang out in succession. The circular barrier in front of the middle-aged male magus immediately shattered under the explosive force of Seito's monstrous strength fist. Then, under the middle-aged male magus's stunned gaze, the fist landed on his protective suit. The middle-aged magus probably didn't understand how Itose, who clearly wasn't a magus like Baruka in modern times and didn't have any close combat magic devices in his hands, could explode with such great strength with just his bare fists. However, Seito wasn't in the mood to answer him. Seito appeared behind the middle-aged archmage at the same time. He was punched and sent flying. He lowered himself into a horse stance and slammed into the middle-aged archmage's back. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the protective suit on the back of the middle-aged archmage instantly shattered. Under the attack of Mountain's sticking lean, he once again flew out in the opposite direction. Standing in the air, Itose's heart moved. The middle-aged magus, who had just flown a short distance away, once again appeared in front of Itose. Ito, Sei held the Magus head with both hands and forcefully pressed it down. At the same time, Ito Sei lifted his knee and slammed it into the face of the middle-aged Magus. Under the attack of the knee strike, the middle-aged male archmage's body fiercely rose up. Meanwhile, Seito stepped into the void. Using the 8 trigrams palms swimming dragon steps, he circled behind the Magister and reached out to grab the man's forehead. His right hand slammed into the medulla oblongata at the back of the man's head. Even though he knew that the Magister always had a defensive barrier around him, the medulla oblongata was a vital part of the human body. A normal person would die from a single hit. Thus, Sei Ito, who was afraid that the telekinetic core would be wasted, consciously pulled back his strength. This attack caused the Magister to fall into a coma. Sei Ito's thoughts then turned, and he teleported the young Magister with the Flying Thunder God's runes in front of him. He picked up the 2 male Magisters, one in each hand. He then teleported back to the surface, burying the 2 male Magisters deep underground with Earth Walk to prevent Azra from rescuing them. Last one left, Sei Ito thought to himself as he raised his head to look at Chrono, who was still fighting with Sinyo. His silhouette flashed, and he returned to the sky, appearing behind Chrono. He used a special spell to probe into Chrono's body and forcefully extracted the telekinetic core from his chest. Even though he was prepared, the attack through space was too strange. Chrono, who was completely unaware of the attack, was hit and groaned in pain. Higno, hurry up and draw. Looking at the stunned Higno on the opposite side, Ito Sei quickly reminded him. Sinyo frowned, but he still summoned the Book of Night and activated the collection program to devour Chrono's telekinetic core. 10 seconds later, the mana in Chrono's telekinetic core was completely devoured. It turned into a dim light particle and melted into Chrono's body. There are 3 more over there, Sei Ito said as he carried the unconscious Chrono's protective suit with one hand. Since you've already absorbed his telekinetic core, why are you still holding him? Sinyo asked as he looked at Sei Ito and Chrono in his hand. Of course, it's to prevent the people from the Space Administration from causing trouble. If I let go of him now, who knows if there will be people from the Space Administration coming to stop us? Then wouldn't the 3 Magisters that I've worked so hard to defeat go to waste? Sei Ito explained as he glanced at Sinyo speechlessly. Sinyo, who understood that Sei Ito's words could really happen, fell silent for a moment. Then, he silently agreed with Sei Ito's actions and followed him to where the other 3 Magisters were buried deep in the ground. When they arrived at the location, Sei Ito lifted his foot and lightly stomped on the ground. The ground in front of him immediately shook and 3 air combat Magisters from the Space Administration, 2 men and 1 woman, appeared on the ground. Sinyo, who knew that it was her turn, did not waste any time and activated the collection program of the Book of Night to absorb the telekinetic cores of the 3 Magisters. After half a minute, Sei Ito saw that the Book of Night had finished collecting the telekinetic cores and asked Sinyo with a smile, "How is it? How many pages did you add?" 188 pages, Sinyo replied with a slightly happy tone. "That's a good harvest." Sei Ito nodded and smiled, then asked again, "How many more pages do you need?" 106 pages, Sinyo said with the Book of Night tucked under her armpit. 106 pages, huh? Sei Ito nodded thoughtfully and repeated softly. "All right, let's go," Sei Ito said as he threw Chrono to the side. Then, he and Sinyo quickly left the place and flew into the distance. Along the way, they cast teleportation spells and interference spells to shake off any pursuers. Then, they used dimensional teleportation spells to travel to the next world to continue collecting the telekinetic cores. After all, there was still some time before they had to return. Moreover, the main combat power of the Space Administration's dimensional patrol ship, Chrono, and the 3 reinforcements from the headquarters had been shot down. They would not be in trouble for at least 3 days. If it had not used this time to complete the collection of the Book of Night, Sei Ito felt that it would be inappropriate. Under such circumstances, one day, one night, and then another day passed in the blink of an eye. Is it done? That afternoon, Yagami Gale asked as he received the Book of Night from Sinyo. Yes, Sinyo, who was standing with the other 3 Wind Riders, confirmed with a nod. What I need to do now? Yagami Gale asked. You just need to use your mana to reactivate the Book of Night and log into Administrator mode, Seito explained. Then, he changed the topic and continued. However, if you want to completely solve the problem with the Book of Night, there's another step that needs to be done. What? Yagami Zephyr asked in confusion. At the same time, Sinyo and the other Windcloud Knights also looked at him. As a part of the Book of Night, Sinyo and the others' cores were affected by the Book of Night's erroneous programming. Otherwise, they would have remembered the Book of Night. So, if you want to completely repair the Book of Night, the first thing you need to do is to use the Book of Night to devour Sinyo and the others. Before Seito could finish speaking, Yagami Gale hurriedly interrupted. No. At the same time, Fetty, who had been listening to Seito and Yagami Gale's conversation, also looked worried. If I have to sacrifice Sinyo and the others, I'd rather not repair the Book of Night. Let it continue to exist in its current state until I can't take it anymore. Yagami Gale looked at Seito with determination. Gale, Vita called out. Gale, let me finish. Seito stretched out his hand and patted Yagami Gale's head gently. When I said devouring, I didn't mean to sacrifice Sinyo and the others. Instead, I meant to let them return to the Book of Night to be repaired. Once it's repaired, you just need to give them an order and they'll return. Really? Yagami Gale turned to Sinyo and the others for confirmation. Yes, as a part of the Book of Night. As long as the Book of Night isn't destroyed, we'll never disappear. Unless Master doesn't want us to exist, Sinyo explained. I won't let Sinyo and the others disappear. Yagami Gale said with a serious expression. We believe in Master, Chamar said with a gentle smile. Do you understand now? Seito asked Yagami Gale with a smile. Yes. Yagami Jifeng, who was a little shy about his refutation of Ito's say and doubting his statement, lowered his head with a blush on his cheeks and responded in a low voice. Shall we begin now? Yagami Gale asked Seito. Yes, let's begin now. However, this isn't a suitable place to repair it. Let's go somewhere else first, Seito said as he took the Book of Night from Yagami Gale's hands. Remember, don't resist. Then, he ignored the confused crowd and brought Yagami Gale, the Windcloud Knight, Fetty, and Elve into the Rubik's Cube world. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.